You're live.
We are live. What's up, everybody? What's up, party people? Live from the Gila River Arena, just about 15 miles outside of Phoenix, Arizona, here in Glendale where the NHL team Phoenix Coyotes used to play. But we're here live, fight night in Arizona. Jake Paul versus Anderson Silva. Admittedly, not an MMA guy. I'm not an MMA guy, but Anderson Silva, I know, is considered one of the greatest fighters of all time in mixed martial arts. Almost 50 years old, taking on Jake Paul tonight, who, once again, finds a way to get a marquee MMA opponent in the ring to help drive sales tonight. But we'll see what we get in the ongoing Jake Paul saga. Here for the start of this pay-per-view. And we actually start off with the B-side getting the victory tonight. Chris Avila beating Dr. Mike Vashovsky here in our opener on pay-per-view. Good entertaining four-rounder. We don't expect too much high-level action tonight, but entertainment is the name of the game for why people showed up here tonight. And we'll probably get some of that. But Le'Veon Bell is up next. Le'Veon Bell had a good knockout over Adrian Peterson, both former all-pro running backs. And I'm trying to find a live so I can... Oh, here we go. We are live. We just have Chris Cyborg as a thumbnail, that's all. Corey Townsend, what's up, brother?
Yeah, my bad on that thumbnail.
All good. You guys heard from the fight, but I'm just kicking back, man. Not taking tonight too serious. Have some fun here in Glendale. I catch my red eye back to Las Vegas, back to the family. As soon as the fight's over, I just did what we call a turn and burn, not covering all the fight we just got in today off the plane. Did a little Disneyland over the week with my son and family, and came down to catch the action tonight in Arizona. I was just at this arena in May. I was just here 5 months ago for when David Benavidez took out David Lemieux in 3 rounds. So I'll probably be here January 13th, it sounds like, for Jose Uzcategui taking on David Benavidez. But Arizona's been getting some fights, man. I didn't find myself out here too often. But since last... I think like that fight in Tucson. Then we had David Benavidez fight Kyron Davis in November. Then we had David Benavidez back in May against David Lemieux. And then now we have Jake Paul, Anderson Silva, and then we'll have David Benavidez back at this arena probably against Jose Uzcategui. Let me see here. Yeah. Got the fight card. Good with the fight card. Dr. Mike versus Chris Avila. Uriah Hall. Big step up for Le'Veon Bell. We got to give the former NFL player some props. Not fighting a boxer in the boxing ring, but fighting an MMA fighter in the boxing ring. Still a big step up for Le'Veon Bell, who showed some slickness at the level he operates, at that level of the game, against Adrian Peterson before he slapped him with a nice, backhand brick shot. But... And in case our video goes to shit tonight, because you know how the Wi-Fi gets in these arenas, I'll just call in and we'll do an audio round by round, throw a sexy thumbnail up there for you guys to look at. But hopefully I get to rock with you guys and the Wi-Fi holds up. But some guy says you're really plugging this over Lomachenko and Ortiz. You can see what's going to happen here. Jake Paul fighting in Phoenix to get the Mexican crowd for his next fight with Julio Cesar Chavez. I appreciate your theory, some guy. And I understand your complaint about picking this over Lomachenko and Ortiz, but to defend myself, Arizona is much closer to Nevada than New York is, and we have FightHype is most definitely on the scene in New York. Actually, to your point, contrary to what might have been popular belief, we've gotten more views on the site from Vasil Lomachenko's fight this week than Jake Paul. So the hardcores are speaking up this week on the channel. So we got people, my man, shout out to Hans Stemistode down there in New York City tonight at the Garden covering Lomachenko. We got my man, Ron Goodall, who's really done all the heavy lifting all week for this fight. I just showed up on fight night after Disneyland. And William Zepeda versus Jojo Diaz. I imagine my man Frankie's in the building down in California. My man, a.k.a. Vilified Media. So FightHype is in New York City. They're in California, and we're here in Arizona tonight. So we're everywhere. Lomachenko is definitely getting his shine on the site. But I took a little short flight from where I live down here to catch the shit. Some guy, oh, wait, you're in person. Gee, I am in person. I'm in person. I'm in the building, baby. And Rolling with the Punches, good to see you, man. What's up, Rolling with the Punches? Thanks for hopping in. Thanks for the shout out. Thanks for the support. Keep it locked in all night, brother. Let's go back and forth on what you think about the fights with all you guys. Eternally the most one. Pac faded, echoed like 6 times. Got a little Tupac in the arena. Some of you guys who watch the streams I do at home, you guys know I have the Tupac plaque in the office. So SW watching from the UK. Thank you, brother, for jumping in. Rolling with the Punches says much work, much respect, much love. Thank you, Rolling with the Punches. Much love to all you guys who support the site and check out the content. And we're growing, man. We're showing. We've always been behind the camera, but more and more the talent at FightHype. We're trying to get out in front of the camera and just keep sinking our teeth further and further in the game. We're even going to get into video games next week when ESBC drops the open, or excuse me, Undisputed. It's not ESBC now. When Undisputed drops the open beta on PC, I'm lucky enough I have a gaming PC. I signed up for the beta. So anyone else who has the beta and has a PC, you can get your ass whooped live on FightHype November 3rd when the beta goes live. Because we're going live with the beta. I think the beta is going live with Arturo Gatti, Mickey Ward, and 2 other female fighters. I'll probably just use Arturo Gatti the most. But yeah, man, from round by rounds to interviews to Instagram content and now video game content coming. We just want to be the biggest and the best in the game. And thank all you guys for always rocking with us. So Brown, you know it, baby. FightHype is in the building. In 3 buildings. In Southern California for Diaz Zepeda, in New York City for Lomachenko, and here in Glendale for Jake Paul. Fred Lendon, do you know what time it's starting? If you talk about the main event, Fred, I check back in at 8, but I leave your laptop open to keep us getting the view. That's just me, though. Rolling with the Punches said, man, I just got a real quick night games. Who's fighting Jake Paul, Anderson Silva? So keep it locked in. Main event time should be about an hour and a half from now. Jamaica in the house. What's up, Zachy Gaming? Hey, Jamaica, Zachy Gaming, shout out to you, man. Let me know what games you play. But Zachy, Jamaica is in the house coming up next. Uriah Hall. I'm not familiar. I'm not an MMA guy, but I know he's from Jamaica. And takes on Le'Veon Bell next. So I imagine, correct me if I'm wrong, but you're probably rocking with your man Uriah Hall, right, for the next fight, right? Dr. Mike did lose. Got off to a decent start, but then Chris Avila poured on the combination punching, pushed him backwards, got him to fight on the back foot. Mike was a taller guy, but got pushed on his heels a little bit as the fight went on and got beat up. So Chris Avila, I know he's Nate Diaz's fighter up there in Stockton. He got the job done. He won the fight. And Rolling with the Punches says, man, I just got a PS5. What up? Problem is, Roland, is that beta's only on PC for Undisputed. Undisputed is only going to do the beta next week on computer. So no PS5 beta, no Xbox Series X beta. But I'll be on, man. I'll be on. And I want to blow that game up because it's been 11 years since we had a boxing game. And honestly, my goal is to just kill it with that game. It's just have people really locked in and love it. And so we're looking to jump out from the gates next week when the beta drops. I did shave the eyebrows. As soon as my wife got home, after the extravaganza October 15th, where we did Wilder, Hellenius, and Haney, Cambosis 2, and Shields Marshall. All you guys kept rushing me about my eyebrows were so thick they were literally, like sticking out like devil horns. And wifey came home, shaved them for me, so you guys stopped clowning me. And much more on point for tonight's stream. So. Kenny Ray says waste of time, and you were not the only one with that opinion. But this is going to be pretty much sold out tonight. It's going to be probably about 18,000 people here. I don't make the schedule. I just show up for the fights they do make. And so, and this fight stylistically should be some fun. I think Anderson Silva early on in this fight will put Jake in the blender. Let's call it the blender, you know, put him, circle him around, turn him, throw combinations off his turns. I don't know if the 47-year-old will be able to sustain that, and I think Jake will look to time him, punch when he punches, and you know, hurt the older man at some point. But I do think early on, Jake will get touched up with some shots more than we've seen him in the past, because Anderson Silva will use his feet and punch off his movement. And but I think it'll be hard for him to sustain that in the second half of the fight. But we'll see what we get. Dean Sizer says lucky on there live. I guess so. But you also said my hair needs a trim. Okay, so we got there with the eyebrows, but you're still not happy with the hair length. But at least we got the eyebrow length figured out for you. Who do I favor? Jason Dragneel, show us video if you have. I can't do that. Can't show video. Don't have the rights to the fight. But here to call live, round by round, radio style, as the action comes our way. Actually, get ready to call the action now. Uriah Hall in there with Le'Veon Bell. Edward Rhodes, who do you favor to win, Plant or Benavidez? I got Benavidez in the second half of that fight. I think Plant early on, when his legs are fresh, he'll catch David with some check hooks coming in. You know, work his levels with his jab, put that jab to the pit of David's stomach, land some shots. But I think David will find his rhythm with his jab, begin to walk Caleb down, get him to the ropes. Caleb's legs will get heavier as the fight goes on, like they did with Canelo, where he found himself on the ropes more as the fight went on. And I think David could stop him in the second half of a very good fight, where Caleb kind of has the advantage in the early going. So, but now to this action here at the Gila River Arena. Uriah Hall against Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon Bell with the Hector Camacho type trunks, the skirt type trunks in red and white. Uriah Hall putting on the pressure early. And Le'Veon Bell, who loves to fight with that up jab, starting with a good jab to the body by Le'Veon Bell and another good jab to the body by Le'Veon Bell. Another jab to the body by Le'Veon Bell. Another jab to the body by Le'Veon Bell. Le'Veon Bell. Oh, lead left hook, though, gets in for Uriah Hall. Made Bell fall a little bit off balance from that lead left hook by Uriah Hall, but now Hall jabbing his way in. Bell, again, loves that up jab from his hip. He fights off the back foot, likes to fancy himself as more of a boxer, not looking to get in there and slug with Uriah Hall, looking to poke away with his jab to the body, work his levels with it, and then set up something with the backhand once he feels his range off his lead hand. Nice little right hand over the top from Uriah Hall. Le'Veon going to dip down to his right when he throws his up jab. Something he probably studied from guys like Andre Ward. Clear from watching Le'Veon Bell, he studied a lot of Floyd Mayweather, Andre Ward, guys like that. And props to the former NFL player with such limited experience, able to implement it to the point where I can see his influences. Bell getting backed up on the ropes. And he pulls away down. Like I said, he likes to pull down to his right off that up jab. Crowd booing it. They're not a fan of that Mayweather Andre Ward style I was mentioning. And good jab gets in for Uriah Hall there, but Bell got to be careful when he dips down to his right. He could he could dip himself right into a left hook from Uriah Hall, or he likes to bend down to his right with that lead hand low. Right hand could come over the top of that low lead hand. Uriah Hall coming forward with his hands up. Bell, lead hand at the waist. Bell getting better of it here in round one on the outside. Uriah getting close to him at times, getting him near the ropes. Now Hall lands a jab, gets Bell to the ropes, tries to hook off the jab. They trade jabs, both landing their jab there. And again, it's the up jab from Le'Veon Bell, and it's the jab out of the high guard for Uriah Hall. Hall getting closer to Bell here to finish the round. Closing distance. Closing distance, trying to pin Le'Veon Bell along the ropes. But I think Bell did enough with his jab, although he ate some jab. He eats a jab here in the last 10 seconds. I think Le'Veon Bell may have done enough dictating on the outside behind his jab to edge that first round, but Uriah Hall did get close as the round went on. Got a little bit closer and started to land his jab too, but couldn't get anything. Really the battle of the jabs, and Le'Veon a little more savvy with it in round one, working his levels with his up jab. So 10-9, Le'Veon Bell after one. Annoying man child is laughing. Are you laughing at the action? So the fight happened. Not main event. Here in round two, I got Le'Veon Bell up 1-0 in just a 4-rounder against former MMA fighter Uriah Hall of Jamaica. Uriah Hall looking to close that distance, keeping his hands up high. Le'Veon Bell looking to box on the outside, fancy himself with a Floyd Mayweather type of style. Le'Veon Bell showing some slickness, pivoting off to his left and his right, kind of frustrating Uriah Hall there, making him hit air. Le'Veon Bell backs up against the ropes, sometimes lowering not just the lead hand, but the right hand too below his chin. But he's trusting his ranginess and his feet to get out of harm's way. Good little right hand over the top for Le'Veon Bell. He starts to, I noticed in that last fight with Adrian Peterson, he waits to throw that right hand. He likes to find his distance with the jab first. Good jab by Le'Veon Bell off the ropes. Bell fighting off the back foot pretty comfortably. Ooh, good right hand from Le'Veon Bell, sneaking it in as Uriah Hall is only thinking about the jab. As Bell continues to be busy with the jab to the body and the head, working levels with it. Hall gets in a lead left hook, but Le'Veon Bell backs away and shoots that jab right back to the body off the up jab. 1-2 for Le'Veon Bell, and then a jab, but Hall gets his hands up to block that one. Now, Bell staying in front for a second and pawing with the jab, looking to get something. Now he backs back out, uses the shoulder roll, actually puts his chin behind the shoulder as he backs away off the back foot. Oh, good right hand for Uriah Hall. Used the left hook to move Le'Veon Bell straight back and then moved him into position to get hit by the straight right hand. Uriah Hall trying to cut distance, lands a jab. Bell's back near the ropes now, shoots a right uppercut, but Uriah Hall blocks it. Uriah Hall landing the jab. Trying to put that pressure on. Le'Veon touches with a right hand to the body. Now Uriah gets a jab in up top. Bell tries to touch the body again. Circling off to his left, back on the ropes. Uriah Hall shoots that jab from the high guard. Bell touching with a right hand to the body from long range. Not trying to throw body shots in close, trying to be rangy with those shots and stab to the body. Good little stab with a jab to the body for Bell. Bell frustrating the fans and frustrating Hall a little bit, making this more of the boxing match that favors him. Oh, good, three good right hands by Uriah Hall, though, as Bell, with his hands low near the ropes, and Hall walked him into it. Wall saw that Bell was against the ropes, or Hall saw that he was against the ropes and knew he was going to try to move out to his left, so he threw the right hand where Bell was going to be, not where he was. Those three good right hands by Uriah Hall. Now I think he's ahead in the second round because those were 3 power shots. Uriah Hall blocking the right hand from Bell off the ropes. Bell shooting that jab to the body. Ooh, nice little straight right hand, but not a lot of power by Le'Veon Bell. Uriah Hall, not as quick of hand as Le'Veon Bell. Bell kind of more comfortable on the outside, but he got hit with 3 good power shots there along the ropes with about 30 seconds left from Uriah Hall. Maybe that's enough to get it for Uriah Hall. Let's take a look at the replays. That was a closer round 2. Le'Veon Bell able to box on the outside and make it his kind of fight. Keep it a rangy fight where he's just, touching and stabbing to the body with straight shots, working his jab. Oh, good left hook by Uriah Hall. Straight right hand. Yeah, we're going to give that round to Uriah Hall based off the power shots. So 1-1. Matt's Fight Corner, thank you so much for the $10, my brother. It's sad that this is the best fight we got right now. I agree. I agree. It should be a wake-up call for boxing. This time last year, I was covering Fury Wilder 3, the best heavyweight fight along Lewis and Klitschko that we've seen since the year 2000. Crawford Porter, which was a great modern, great welterweight fight. and Canelo and Plant, which was a great performance from Canelo, one of the best of his career. And then even Tank versus Esau Cruz in right around Christmas this year. The entire schedule is barren for these last holiday months, and so we're here covering Jake Paul. But thank you so much for your $10 donation. We appreciate that. Despite you feeling that way about the fight, you joined us on the chat and showed us some love with the 10. Thank you so much, Matt. So round 3 now. I got this one apiece. Le'Veon Bell trying to keep it on the outside. Straight little shots, touch the body, and eventually set up something hard with his right hand up top as he fights a patient fight. But Uriah Hall wants to close the distance and make it a real fight. Hall in the second half of round 2 managed to get closer to Le'Veon Bell, get him on the ropes, hit him with some hard power shots. Crowd not a fan of Le'Veon Bell's style, but credit to Bell. No real professional experience, no amateur background, was a running back for the Steelers and Jets, but good left hook by Uriah Hall as Bell, his feet not moving as quickly, kind of taking little half steps back now instead of up on his bike, and Hall was able to take advantage of it. Bell shoots 2 jabs to the body. Hall starting to catch those on the elbows a little better than rounds before. Hall, the slower hands, but trying to beat Bell with better timing and experience. Bell, the better natural athlete, it would appear. A little bit quicker hands and feet. Good right hand by Uriah Hall, and Bell forced to just retreat into the ropes and take some shots. Good right uppercut by Uriah Hall. Landed in a left hand lands for Uriah Hall. He is starting to get through to Le'Veon Bell with power shots, and Bell felt forced to reply in an exchange, and that's the fight Hall wants. Now Hall landing a left hand and blocking a right hand by Le'Veon Bell. Bell forced to clinch up close. Doesn't want to exchange there. Less than a minute left. Uriah Hall winning this 3rd round. Le'Veon Bell won round 1 off the jab. Kept it rangy, kept it on the outside, but Hall has increasingly closed the distance and started to get through with some power shots. Good right hand by Le'Veon Bell. Another right hand. 2 straight right hands by Le'Veon Bell. Now Le'Veon Bell, for one of the first times in the fight, coming on the front foot after landing those 2 right hands. And he may have even gotten Uriah Hall's attention with that, because Hall hasn't punched since in the clinch. Let Bell walk him back into the corner. 20 seconds left in the 3rd. Let's see if Bell has him a little buzzed here. Good jab to the body by Bell. Little short right hand on the inside for Bell in the clinch too. I don't know if this is enough to turn around. 10 seconds left. Both fighters staying in the clinch, fighting in the clinch, getting in some shots, roughhousing. Good right uppercut by Uriah Hall out of that clinch. That round goes to Hall. Bell able to land 2 right hands there in the last 30 seconds, but 29-28 Uriah Hall. Round 3 just getting through with the better power shots. Le'Veon Bell not able to dictate off his ranginess and athleticism there in 2 and 3 competitive rounds, but Uriah Hall's up. Jamaica in the house. Matt's Fight Corner says, that being said, I appreciate Paul carrying the sport. I don't really appreciate anything he's doing. I don't hate on it. I don't hate the player. I hate the game. I'm more mad at the sport, where it's dragged itself over the last decade plus to bring it here to where we have no major real championship fights in North America to close out 2022, but we get Jake Paul. But Jake is an intelligent young man who's very media savvy and is you can't knock the hustle. And he's doing this thing. Not mad at him. I'm more mad at society for its interest in the first place, and then at the promoters and the networks and the fighters for allowing this to kind of happen to the sport. But here we are in round 4. Le'Veon Bell, Uriah Hall. I got Uriah Hall up 29-28. Bell's going to need this round to get a draw on my card, although round 2 was a little close. But Uriah Hall getting in close, and Bell seems to know he's not the stronger guy in close. He doesn't want to exchange. He wants to outbox Uriah Hall. But Hall is trying to make it to where if he wants to win this fight, he's going to have to take more chances here in the 4th. And that means he could get hurt, Le'Veon Bell. Just do a big right uppercut off the clinch. And now he jabs to the body and falls back into the clinch. But it does look like Bell wants to take some chances this round. This could get interesting. The crowd is booing. 2 minutes left in the 4th. Bell just roughhousing in the clinch. Decent first minute, I suppose, from Le'Veon Bell. Not a lot of clean work, but he has gotten off a little bit more in this clinching roughhousing than Uriah Hall has. Hall with slow hands. A lot of clinching here in the first half of the final round. Bell wants to get off, knows he needs to stay on the inside and get off, but he'd rather smother where he feels safe. Sometimes that's where guys feel safe, either too far or too close. And Bell trying to do that right now after, for most of the fight, being too far out with his ranginess. Now he knows he got to take some chances, but he wants to be too close. Ooh, good right uppercut on the inside by Uriah Hall. Another good Uriah Hall shooting off right uppercuts in the clinch on the inside. Referee not really getting between these two, letting them just keep fighting in the clinch for nearly a minute and a half now. Now they're out of the clinch, and a good right hand lands for Uriah Hall on the outside. Bell covering up, eats a couple of more right hands. Bell covering up, ate 2 or 3 right hands there. A couple of uppercuts from Uriah Hall, and Uriah Hall swept one of those right hands like a hook as well. 50 seconds left in the round. That gives Uriah Hall the advantage here in the fourth. He blocks that right hand from Le'Veon Bell. Bell maybe a little fatigued. A short right uppercut lands for Le'Veon Bell, but not with the kind of power Uriah Hall has on his punches. Doesn't have the same effect. $20 seconds left in the round. Bell's going to need something here. Ooh, good little right hand on the inside for Uriah Hall in the clinch. This fight, this round has been fought so much in the clinch. Uriah Hall getting the better of it, though, in close. Oh, hard left hook lands for Uriah Hall. Bell taking some hard shot. Oh, another left hand, right hand. Using hooks, but Le'Veon Bell with some hard, actually exchanging in these final 10 seconds, and that does the round. Props to Le'Veon Bell. He falls short on my card. Won the first round, lost 2, 3, and 4. But he held up and exchanged some hard shots with Uriah Hall there in that last 10, 15 seconds. Comes up short, but hey, he got a knockout in his first fight against Adrian Peterson, and then he fights an MMA guy and goes the distance, wins the first round, holds his own. So, props to Le'Veon. But I do think Uriah Hall of Jamaica got this one 39-37. Maybe if the judges were looking to bend over backwards for Le'Veon Bell, they could manipulate the second round his way, but I think Hall busted him with a couple of hard power shots down the stretch of that round, so it should be 39-37 Uriah Hall. Le'Veon Bell was just swelling around his right eye from some of those left hands from Uriah Hall. But props to the former NFL running back for the balls he shows getting in there in a sport he didn't train for most of his life. And got in there with a guy who has done this for most of his life, even though it's MMA and not boxing. And he held his own. He lost the fight, but he held his own. He was in the fight. Mouthpiece was knocked out off a jab, and then Uriah Hall hooked off that jab right after knocking out Le'Veon Bell's mouthpiece. So Bell took some hard shots there. That left hand might have been with closed up. His right eye swelled it up. But let's see what's up, chat. 11 Barrios says, is this regular Showtime or pay-per-view? It is pay-per-view, my friend. To order the pay-per-view, but if not, I got you for the live round by round once we kick off. I should Focus says, tell Bell to throw the uppercut. Well, Focus, I'm kind of ringside, but not that close to where Le'Veon can hear me. Let's check the punch stats. 74 out of 162 for Le'Veon Bell. 80 out of 191 for Uriah Hall. 47-37 advantage for Uriah Hall, and power punches landed. So CompuBox saw what I saw. Uriah Hall should be awarded this decision. Let's see if he gets it. There's the Silva fight. Boxing IQ Kawasi says, boxing is dead at the moment. Well, we do have an arena filled in a boxing match tonight, so we're still here, still alive. Maybe not. Rolling with the punches. Thank you, brother, for saying you love the commentary. Thank you, man. Let's see here.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds
All right, let's see what we get from the judges.
Unanimous decision. All three judges scored the round 40 to 36.
40 to 36. They didn't even give him the first round. I thought Le'Veon did enough with his jab to win the first. Yep, all three judges score it. A clean sweep. 40 to 36 for Uriah Hall. So Le'Veon Bell hits the wall here. Can't keep it going, but props to him. Gave a good account of himself, considering his experience and all that. Gave a good account of himself, but Uriah Hall actually gets the clean sweep. I thought Le'Veon did enough with his jab to maybe win round one, but either way, the right man gets the call. Who do I have? Paul or Silva? Paul. You know, I got Paul. Youth. Matchmaking. People aligned with Jake Paul making a lot of money, so I'd imagine they're smart enough to matchmake him correctly tonight. Even if Anderson Silva is a danger to him and whatnot. Uriah Hall giving lots of props to Le'Veon. I agree.
Proud of you, man. This should make you understand that it's a hard road, and I promise you, if you keep going, you'll make it. Right here is life. These corners right here.
Le'Veon with some swelling around both eyes. Good black eye.
Beautiful stuff. Did he surprise you? He definitely surprised me.
Good to see you, man. The great Radio Raheem in the building. Good to see you, brother. Yeah. But do I have mods? I don't, Boston. You want to be one? Do we need mods, Boston? You think? Are we getting to that point in the FightHype live round by rounds? We might need moderators for the bots. Yeah. Yeah. I think we'll have someone in the chat to keep a check on that once we get to main event time, because I know by main event time the numbers are gonna jump and how many people are in here. There'll be spam. We should have a handle on it.
My job is to come out here and try to finish him. Unfortunately, I can't leave it in the hands of other people. I can't do it. It's my career. This is my life.
Le'Veon Bell took some good shots in that fight. Swelling around both eyes, but
Go back to MMA. What do you want to do? Fuck yeah, I want to do this, man. I want Jake Paul. I want his.
Uriah Hall wants Jake Paul.
Paul Hall.
Maybe that's why he's on. Maybe that's why he's on the telecast. Potential future opponent. Uriah Hall says he wants to fuck Jake Paul. Crowd loves that. What I saw, I don't think Uriah poses any more problems for Jake than Tyron Woodley did. Slow hands, a plotter. Like Tyron. And Tyron, I think, was more explosive than this guy with his right hand. Tyron Woodley had a good right hand, even though he was old and fought Jake too. But from what I saw from Uriah Hall, too much of a slow, plodding MMA fighter. And based on what Jake did with Tyron Woodley, he beat him too. Because Tyron Woodley reminds me of this guy, except he was a little more athletic, actually, with the explosiveness on the right hand. So I think might be a good opponent for Jake Paul then. Another credible MMA guy to beat up, right? Did Anderson take melatonin yet? Are we talking about Jared Anderson? Like, did he sleep someone? I don't know. I don't get to check. I'm gonna be live with the Z-Cap tomorrow morning. Once this fight's over and I gotta go to the airport, I'm catching a red eye back home to Vegas. When I'm at the airport, I'm gonna rewatch Lomachenko's fight, Katie Taylor's fight. She won earlier. Gonna watch Zepeda and Diaz Jr. just so that tomorrow morning when we go live, I got a recap of everything for you guys, not just the Jake Paul fight that I'm at here in AZ. So don't know if Jared Anderson slept someone yet, Kaido. Did I say that right, Kaido? Kato? Or are you Kato? Are you like Guy Tupac kept mentioning in all the songs? Kato! That was K-A-T-O though. Not close. ESPN3HD.com. You don't even have boxing to show tonight. It's on ESPN1. I hope Anderson didn't sell this game. Oh, I'm so dumb. Did Anderson Silva, not Jared Anderson fighting on the undercard of the Lomachenko fight. Did Anderson Silva take melatonin yet? No, not yet. Ultimately, we don't know if he will at all tonight. But we have one more fight before we get to main event time. Ashton Silva, Silva, excuse me. But I actually got some text messages as I was getting to the arena from my boys who, of course, love the sport, follow the channel. And they told me, hey, the Ashton Silva kid, 7-0, can fight. He has some talent. He's only 18-0. Jake Paul signed him. But I heard he is, maybe not a Keyshawn Davis level prospect, but a legit prospect. So let's see if we get that in this co-main event with Ashton Silva. Shout out from England, my friend. I watch all your commentaries. The best. Paul Bowman, thank you, brother, for joining tonight, man. Tonight's a little more relaxed. Jake Paul fight, having fun. But, Paul, you are the man for always rocking with us, man. We want these round by rounds to take off, so you guys that are with us on the ground floor. Our first round by round was almost a year ago now. It was Canelo versus Plant. But thank you, Paul. Oh my, everyone is watching Jake over Loma. Are they, Brian? Are they? Are you? I mean, you're on the stream, but I feel like I know you boxing heads out there probably got 2 screens on at once. That's what I would do if I wasn't covering. I'd probably have Zepeda Diaz on one screen, Loma on one screen, and this on the other. Okay, what else? What time? Is that what that means? Joao Pedro, is that what that means? Yeah, what hours? Probably 8 o'clock. I checked back in at 8, but if you just want main event, round by round. Torres Jr. fighting right now on ESPN. Dude is a hard puncher. He is a hard puncher. And he, actually going Santiago versus Nieves. Okay, so there's an extra fight that's on there. So we got 2 more fights until main event time. But Richard Torres is a hard puncher, and he's got a great motor. I think he's going to have, you see the physique he's got, but I think he's got a little Sean Porter in him with that. He's shorter than everybody he's going to fight, but they're not going to outwork him. He's got the biggest heart in there. 99% of the time, he's just got a bigger heart than whoever's facing him. He's going to want it more. And he's a scrapper, an overachiever who's going to overcome not being the biggest guy. Ultimately, I don't know if he can get to the title because he's undersized heavyweight, but undersized heavyweights like Andy Ruiz is 270, but he's short. But Ruiz and Usyk at around Torres' size managed to get to the belts. But Torres is going to have to keep working on his defense because his aggressive style lends him to getting caught by some big shots. He just walks into shots sometimes, even though he has the USA boxing style to keep working on head movement and good skills. But he's going to have to keep getting there. But I really like Richard Torres. Guys like him are good for the sport. He's all heart. He's an overachiever. He's a hard worker. He's a badass guy. He's actually medaled the best for us anyone's gotten at heavyweight since Bo. Bo got the silver in 88. And he's done as good as anyone's done at heavyweight since 1988, since Bo got the silver. So, yeah, he's a good fighter. Boston, he downed his opponent first round again. He's definitely over-aggressive. Yeah, I mean, but that's what he's supposed to do against these kind of guys. He's getting them out of there early and looking impressive. But as he moves up, he's going to run into some shots. But I'm hopeful, like Sean Porter, being the smaller guy, he learns how to get underneath shots with his head movement. And I know he's working on that with his dad and sometimes with Kay Karoma. Fabby Style says, go. I hope you're speaking about me, Fabby Style, in the commentary. I believe you are. Thank you, sir, for that. Leander Thompson, is the fight not on ESPN? Lomachenko, Vasil Lomachenko's on ESPN with some great prospects. I'm here live in Arizona for the Jake Paul fight. We got 2 fights to go, Santiago versus Nieves, then Ashton Silva, and then Jake Paul. Kofi says Anderson Silva is greater than Jake Paul. Kaido says, only way Anderson Silva wins is if Dana White calls him right now and offers him $10 million. Is that you saying he's been offered money to lose tonight? So, he definitely is moving better, but just can't do this against tougher opponents, obviously. Yeah, but doing what he's supposed to do early on in the 4, 5, 6, those first 10 fights, build a highlight reel, give them a sizzle reel, and he's doing that really well for himself early on. So that's good for Richard. But Boston, you seem to already get it. head movement, defense is going to have to really be key for him. He's going to have to be an aggressive, slick fighter, get underneath guys, learn how to cut distance, not get caught too much coming in. It's a big ask for a small heavyweight in today's era of 6'6", 6'7" guys, but his heart is up to the task of giving it his all. I know that. And having won the silver in the Olympics, he's got the pedigree to make some noise. Is the stadium empty or I am dumb? It's pretty empty behind me. But no, I would say we're at 70% capacity in the arena. Probably a little over 10,000 people here as of right now. And I imagine by main event time we'll be closer to 15K, maybe a sellout, but we'll see. You don't have to take my word for it, right? You get a legit look behind me for yourself. Great promo for himself. Caught my eye with that last KO. Looked like killed the guy. Yeah. This is a little Jared Anderson. Him and Jared, top ranks, licking their lips, thinking of what kind of fight him and Jared Anderson could potentially be 5 years from now. I know Jared will get there. We'll see if Richard can. I think Jake will get Silva out of there, says Brian Weiss. Isn't Silva like 47 or something? He is 47. So yes, that's what he's supposed to do. You know, no one that's working business with Jake Paul wants his money train to stop anytime soon. So they put him in there with a guy credible enough, got a good name with the public when it comes to combat sports, but in all likelihood shouldn't be able to get the job done at 47. But we'll see. He surprised me by beating up Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Buzz 49. Glad you got a good seat. Top G in the building, man. You should call him fight for a living, my boy. I do appreciate this. I thank you, Buzz. And who knows? You know, one day I might be calling it on the networks, but it's dope just rocking with you guys on FightHype. Thank you, man, for the kind words. Just blabbing with you guys until I get some action to call, some punches to call. Don Dunphy, radio style. That is a big time fight in 3 to 5 years for sure. Even if it's not even if, you know, they can't get to the title, I think Mexican American against, you know, Jared Anderson, African American, both heavyweights with punch and power. That's a fight that could do some good numbers when the time comes. Keep up this. Still playing Kanye West at the fight. Not canceling them. Hey, Ron. They still playing Kanye at the fights. Yeah.
Okay. When did they cancel in boxing?
Huh?
They didn't cancel nobody in boxing.
Right, so why would we... Right, he's in the right sport to still get played at.
Boxing don't cancel nothing.
Right, boxing don't cancel nothing. Boxing don't cancel nothing except boxing. Words from my man Ron G. Remember when Cotto came out to this against Pacquiao? It didn't go good.
Well, he wasn't as fast and strong.
No, he wasn't. Someone
else was.
Man, he was. Maybe that's what he was referencing. He's referencing Pacquiao. He's like, oh, it's not about me. It's, yeah, I don't know.
Maybe if the song was called Catchweight.
Huh?
Maybe the song was Catchweight.
The Catchweight? That was Margarito. He was fucked up after Margarito still. Like, he was never going to beat Pacquiao, but Pacquiao got him at a pretty bad time for Cotto. He had that trainer who we only had for one fight, who had no experience, never trained anyone before or after, and they were like partying in Florida, poolside, barbecuing. Huh? You weren't going to beat Pacquiao at that time. Yeah.
He was fighting the worst version of him to have any success.
He caught him at the peak. Now,
they called it bad.
De La Hoya and Cotto was the peak. And then, like, Margarito was like the final time we saw that Manny. No. He showed up actually in the fight. He got knocked out by Marquez. Manny looked great in that fight. It's just he got caught.
He got caught twice.
Yeah. No, after the first the Manny Pacquiao between the first knockdown and the knockout was vintage Pacquiao. Like, yeah. It was. Yeah, he got up from that first knockdown, and that 09 Pacquiao started appearing, and then he ran into some shit. So.
Mike Tyson, time for some action still.
Wait, I gotta get my man. This been the workhorse all week. The heavy lifting.
No pain, no attention.
Huh?
No pain, no attention. I was gonna say, Red Man, time for some action, Mike Tyson.
What fight was that? Red Man came out, Mike Tyson?
Mike Tyson came for time for some action.
Tyson came out to it?
Yeah.
When? Which fight?
I think it was the Peter McNeely fight.
For Peter McNeely, Mike came out to Red Man, time for some action? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's hard. That's hard. Do you remember the first fight?
No.
It was Toss It Up.
Oh yeah.
From Pac, yeah. This is the kind of important, meaningful ringside conversations we have at the fights.
Roy Jones coming with Method Man and
the Rock Wilder when he came out Meth and Red.
Yep. And what was that? Radio City Hall?
Yeah. Who was he fighting? Richard Hall or something? Or who was?
No.
It was a former cop. It was like a.
I thought he went the distance in the Radio City Hall fight.
Yeah.
Richard Hall, he put a beat in there.
Yeah, he did. As he always did. What time does Jake fight? Asked Sebastian Corona. He fights, I'm going to say, in about an hour now. So I thought it was going to be around 8, but then they squeezed in an extra fight here. Santiago versus Nieves. Let's see. Hugon Jin, keep up the good work. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Brian Weesey says, my man Sean Porter said that Spence Crawford will happen at 154. I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. I don't know if we'll ever get that fight now. We probably will. I don't think both of their options are that exhaustive that like they have 2 or 3 years of opponents to go up against. For Errol Spence, most lucrative opponent would be Jamel, but they're not going to fight each other. Boots is too high of a risk for too low of a reward. He's not interested in giving Thurman the chance because Thurman wasn't interested in giving him the chance when he wanted it as a young man. So now he's returning the favor. Stanionis is overmatched. He's a good fighter, but he's overmatched for Spence. At 54, fights with Fundora, Sebastian Fundora. That's a fun fight. It's a non-title fight, so it doesn't do that much for his legacy because he doesn't get to pick up the title in another weight class. Tim Tszyu, he's tied up with Charlo, who I already went over why Spence Charlo wouldn't happen. So it's not like they have all. It's not like Mayweather Pacquiao in 2010 where they had a half dozen opponents each to make legitimate pay-per-views against. So we'll see. Who do I got? I got Crawford, but I do feel as time goes on and he gets a day older every day, his chances slip. I think Spence is still when I'm around both guys, Spence still has that youthful vitality, whereas Crawford is starting to inch a little bit towards father time. But even Spence with the accident, when I'm around both guys, you can just see that youthful vitality in his skin and in his demeanor still. But Crawford being the superior counterpuncher, better hand speed than Spence, I think he could overcome the work rate, the jab of Spence, and stop him late in what would be a fight that I think would live up to the hype styles, make fights wise. So I got Crawford, but joined by a superstar. Joined by a superstar, the lovely Michelle Joy Phelps. How you doing? It's my home girl. So, but she's not in the budget. We don't have enough money to pay her for color commentary tonight. So we'll take when she feels like chiming in, we'll take what she's got. But yeah. I don't know. You might school us at various points, and you might hear me say some shit you think is stupid and get in. But Devin needs to get in.
Is the Wi-Fi still the tour?
It is You could use that, but there's also the DDA event. Yep. Here, we gotta help our colleagues here. Help our colleagues out here ringside. That one. Someone asked, who do I have? The Young Buck or the Vet? I'm gonna go with Jake Paul. But I think Anderson Silva early on, punching off his angles, using his feet. We'll put Jake in the blender a little bit, turn him and hit him. You got it. Turn him and hit him. But I think Jake, BJ Flores will look to get Anderson's rhythm down a little bit, expect him to slow down a little bit as the fight goes on, and time him in an exchange. So, but it'll be interesting to see if Jake's got to get touched up early on as Anderson turns him, punches off the angles. Maybe Jake gets touched up more than he's used to, and it can get interesting. But I think ultimately Jake will get to him at some point. Let me see. Someone said Crawford is way more skilled than Errol Spence in and out the ring. Jason, what do you mean by out the ring? I don't know. I mean, I'll hear your argument. I mean, if he is indeed getting $10 million to fight David Avanesian, that is a finesse. That is some skills outside the ring. I don't know too many fighters that get $10 million to fight David Avanesian. So I'm willing to hear you out here. But Spence is done really well outside the ring too. Never heard of blood breaking someone's face. That's true. But you don't got to be breaking guys' faces when you've knocked out everyone since the second Obama administration. I always like to say this. The last time someone went 12 with Terrence Crawford, Barack Obama was still president. You know, it was the summer of 2016. Victor Postal, back when HBO was still on the air. And that's how much time's passed since someone saw the final bell with Terrence. Although level of opposition, I understand you guys will bring that up. But, you know, may not be breaking cheekbones, but it's getting guys out of there. And even in that Postal fight, Postal was dropped twice. And Terrence could have got him out of there if he put his foot on the gas, but he was content at that time after dropping him twice to coast to a decision. Oh, out of the ring as in athleticism. I don't know. That's close. That's close, man. Spence is athletic too. I'd have to see them. I don't know. I don't know, man. Spence, I'm not sure if you get them on the football field, who would be better. Spence is a little bit bigger. I think I could see Spence playing a little bit of safety before I see Terrence Crawford playing safety. Maybe Terrence could play corner, and I'd see Errol playing safety. Miguel Rivera, what's up, baby? Thank you for the shout out. Matt's fight corner again. Thank you, brother, for the 5. Hot take. Ryan Garcia KOs Tank fast and makes it look easy. Although I give that fight 3% chance to actually get made. Man, we'll break it down, Matt. You got the floor. Why would Ryan knock out Tank fast? I wouldn't see fast. I can't see fast, brother, because Tank's not taking chances early. Tank works his way into the fight. You know, he'll go down rounds to Mario Barrios. Tank takes his time early. And he usually turns it on in the middle of the fight, and then he saves something for the end of the fight too. But he has a spurt, fights in spurts. Maybe I'll hear you out, but I don't think Tank is gonna jump in with anything to where, you know, Ryan could time him with a check hook coming in, that left hook Ryan loves. I don't think Tank's going to take too many chances early to let that happen. Tank likes to work his way into the fight. I think you see more Tank giving away rounds to Ryan like he did with Roley, and you'd see him using feints, seeing how Ryan reacts to feints. And he would, like they talk about Lomachenko downloads data, I think you'd be seeing Tank download data early rather than taking chances against a big puncher. You don't take those kind of chances against lesser punchers than Garcia, so I don't see why he'd be taking chances early. But I'm interested to see what you think. Matt's fight corner. Thanks again. Spence has the better resume, says Azar. I'm talking about Crawford. He does it welterweight. But overall, being a champion in 3 division versus 1, and even though it was against, in comparison, lesser opposition than what Spence did to welterweight, getting 4 belts at 140, being undisputed, to go along with 3 divisions overall to just 1 for Spence, there's going to be a very good argument that Crawford's still the more accomplished fighter, even though Spence definitely has the better resume at welterweight. Matt's Fight Corner says, and this is why Matt is saying he thinks Ryan would have knocked Tank out early. Ryan is way too quick with the counters, and he has a deep amateur pedigree that nobody talks about. So does Tank. He's not the Wilder of the little guys like people want to make him out to be. No, Ryan has good punches. Ryan's punching technique is good, and he has a right hand, and he's talked about it in interviews, but we've yet to see it. If he knocked out Romero Duno with the right hand, but we've yet to see the right hand live up to the left. Just the eye test, he has a good right hand. A right hand that could be problems for a southpaw against Tank. Everyone's talking about the left hook for Ryan, but maybe his right hand could give some problems against Tank. That's usually the shot against the southpaw. He's not wild at all in terms of his punching technique. But although he doesn't have a jab, for all that height and all that speed, doesn't have a jab, Ryan. So no, he's not wild with his shots at all. But defensively, not a lot of upper body movement. The head stays on the line a lot. Now that being said, he's so tall that you have to risk getting in his range to get anything off on him. So that counter and that timing, that speed and that power makes up for a lack of defense. Like Manuel Marquez didn't always get out of the way of the shot. The counter punching was the defense. And sometimes that's the case for Ryan. But his lack of head movement could be a problem against Tank, because Tank can just measure him with feints like he did Rolly for 4 or 5 rounds. And once he sees his reaction or lack of reaction to certain feints, he'll figure out when and where to let the shot go and catch Ryan clean. Talking about the feints, you guys got to remember, southpaw Luke Campbell, different style, tall, rangy guy, unlike Tank. But Luke, he feinted, and then he saw Ryan didn't react to the feint, and then he threw the left hand, and boom, Ryan's chin was up in the air and he dropped him. I could see Tank doing something similar if they ever actually fight. Exactly, Azar. You nailed it, Azar. Ryan has suspect defense. That's a problem, and has no jab. Both of those things are pretty true. But HBO used to say about Lennox, because people would talk about he's chinny. You could talk about the chinks in the armor, but there's a whole lot of armor. And there's a little bit of that with Ryan going on. We can talk about lack of defense, no jab, but you're dealing with a tall, hard punching, fast kid. And that itself alone, size, speed, power, is daunting. It's formidable. So he's a very live underdog against Tank. Marquez did have a jab. It got better as time went on too, but he was more using the jab to set up combinations and the counter punching and win exchanges. He wasn't a jabber. Guys like Barrera and Morales were better jabbers than Juan Manuel Marquez. He does have a puncher's chance. Ryan Garcia does, 100%. Matt's Fight Corner, following up on his analysis of Ryan, says Ryan Garcia is like Amir Khan, but with more power. His stiff head could be a problem, but I think Joe Goosen will help. He might have a better chin than Amir Khan, though. Got up off and we'll see. Maybe, he's got that Mexican blood. Mexican fighters usually have granite chins. He was dropped by Luke Campbell, but he's a better puncher than Amir Khan. Khan, better amateur than he was, better combination puncher than Ryan. We haven't seen all that hand speed from Ryan Garcia, but he doesn't put 4 or 5 together. He's throwing 3 at the most. He's a 1 or 2 punch guy, Ryan, despite all that speed. He don't put combinations together. Would love to see that at some point. But if we ain't seen it by now, I don't know if we ever will. You don't see a lot of combination punching and boxing, period. Guys like David Benavidez do it. Stephen Fulton's a good combination puncher. But I don't quite see Matt. I don't quite see Amir. I see Amir in terms of the hand speed and what you said about defense, but he's a better puncher than Khan, and he's not the combination puncher Khan was. Doesn't have the feet Khan had. but definitely a much more dangerous puncher than Khan, and hopefully has a sturdier chin. We'll see. Boston says Tank's defense is completely underrated. I don't believe he's getting caught. I do see Tank get caught sometimes. I saw Leo Santa Cruz catch him with some shots. Barrios a little bit. Rolly caught him with some shots. I've seen Tank get touched, but his defense is really good because he's got a lot of different moves in the book. When it comes to defense for Tank, he's not just going to put the earmuffs on and cut. He can shoulder roll. He has great coordination and athleticism. His pivots are tight. When he pivots off to the left or pivots off to the right to get out of the way, it's not fat. It's not wide. It's quick and compact, and he stays in position. But he still gets touched. But he does have a good defense. But he does get touched at the same time. But he'll flash the moves. He'll flash the shoulder roll, flash the upper body movement, pivot off to the left and to the right, quick little pivots. And Tank's a great talent. Everyone knows that. But it looks like the Ryan fight's not going to happen because DAZN wants it to be a Showzone pay-per-view, a Showtime DAZN pay-per-view, and Showtime having the A-side guy who's done big for this era, big pay-per-view numbers. They say to hell with that, Showtime or no go, and so it looks like it'll be no go. Tank has a chin and amazing defense. Tank has shown the chin so far. We haven't seen him in. Well, no, we saw him in with a puncher now at lightweight Rolly, and he held up. Rolly. First thing Tank did say was Rolly could punch, but Rolly maybe got a little reaction out of his legs, but never hurt him too bad. But Tank does have a good chin so far. I don't believe he's ever been down as a pro. Appreciate you guys holding it down. Honestly, Rolly would beat Ryan. Says Brian. I don't know. What's wrong with? Why we got to clown Rolly? Like getting beat by Rolly is so terrible. He was pretty evened up with Tank Davis for about 5.5 rounds. Rolly's very talented. The knucklehead, and maybe overconfident. Maybe you should listen to when people tell him to work on things in the gym and with his skills. But he feels, he's one of them guys. He feels like he got all figured out, and he is a lot smarter than people would think. He's a smart guy, but actually is a great natural talent. Very explosive guy. Just not as skilled as the Haneys and the Stevensons and even Tiafimo. But him and Ryan would be a good fight. Like Rolly against anyone's fun. He's the Mayorga of the lightweight division these days. Like welterweight had all those great talents, and Mayorga was this wild card who was explosive. And that's what Rolly is in the lightweight division. Do I think Ryan beats Tio? I think that Ryan's a more natural 140-pounder than Tio. I think he punches harder than Tio at 140. But Tio is slicker, better counter puncher, has more flash and skills to go around, and has a better jab than Ryan, but he's smaller than Ryan, and he's mentally shaken still, not 100%. Maybe after he beats up Pedraza, and I think if he could beat a Josh Taylor, Lopez is 100% back on the train, but right now still on shaky ground, and so I think that'd be a tough fight because Ryan is I think a bigger guy than him, better puncher these days at 140, but Tio's slicker, smarter, more proven. That'd be a great fight, but unfortunately, like so many other fights, we're not really going to get it anytime soon. Earn with Hearn says Rolly's a club fighter, hyped up by the money team. His legs went straight Gumby. I think Rolly's punching power, explosiveness, some of his physical strength is world class. I think that it's definitely far above the club fighter level. But I had to read your comment because I know some people feel the same way you do. Rolly versus Ryan would be a great fight. It was a fun sparring session. The sparring was pretty fun. The sparring was funner than some fights to watch.
Taking a peek over at a colleague's laptop. He's got the ESPN fights on. I'm worried about Tio, says Matt. I'm afraid he's getting put on the back burner for now. I hope we see the guy who beat Loma again. He, look, but took him 2 or 3 rounds to settle in against Tampa. And punching power didn't look quite the same as compared to lightweight. So he hit that guy with a lot of shots before he got him out of there. But Tio is still a special talent and has a special kind of flash and funness to his counter punching and the way he rolls shots and comes back with counters and certain flashes of hand speed and explosiveness and angle. He is a phenomenal talent. He's just got to keep his mind right and put all the tools together for each right opponent. He's a guy who's more of a natural counter puncher. So I think against boxers, he'll have to get out of his comfort zone, learn to cut the ring off. If he ever fights Devin Haney, he's not going to be able to fight in the style he likes to fight in. He'll have to cut the distance and go after Haney. But Tio's at his best when you come to him like Lomachenko did, and he gets to be the counter puncher and to be the athletic guy. But Tio is still, against Campa, I was at that fight ringside, he still showed great reflexes and hand speed and talent and flash. And I'm far from jumping off the bandwagon. As a matter of fact, I'd say he beats Josh Taylor at some point. I think Top Rank will make that fight at some point. I think Taylor will come correct against Jack Hadwell. Sean O'Malley in the crowd, and very famous MMA fighter getting a big reaction. But yeah. Rolling with the punches says, so even with all the money and privilege a boxer can have, a person if toward their last day, if stains are covering their name, they know that means the most, so F them and their greed. Why even say fights and talk if now network will prevent fights? I knew networks gained too much power. Put fights on YouTube with quality cameras. Fuck them networks. YouTube is king anyways. What's up, Ronnie boy? So you're saying you want to see the fights on FightHype. FightHype pay-per-view. Listen. Uh-oh. Okay, cool. He lives here. He's going to move back here soon. Yeah, we'll get him. David Benavidez is in the house. Mexican Monsters. Mike Tyson calls him. Ryan vs. Prograis is a good fight, but I think I actually think Zepeda's going to beat Prograis, even though Prograis more dynamic, a little more athletic. I like Zepeda's skills. He's a guy that feels like third time's going to be the charm. He's 35-2, 36-2, come up short twice in title fights. I feel like he's a guy he's an intelligent guy. I feel like he's been honest enough with himself that he'll get over the hump the third time against Prograis, who is more talented, a little more dynamic and athletic. But I think the steady skills of Zepeda, he can win that fight against Prograis. And he's a good puncher, too. Both are. That's a good fight. Haney is too big for Loma. I totally agree. BLK Hype Prime pay-per-view, says Boston. FightHype in association with BLK Prime now brings the biggest fights. Are we good, MJP? Not too much. We're good?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, when is Jake Paul's fight in UK time? I think in the UK, you guys are 18 hours. What are they? They're ahead 18 hours in the UK? Are they ahead 18 hours in the UK?
No. Well, Pacific Standard Time is 8 hours ahead.
Okay.
So it's 7 hours ahead
from where we are. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Michelle. So that would mean UK time, my friend. Vinny, I would say 3:30. 3:30 UK time. Or no, I'm wrong actually. Probably closer to 4 o'clock, 4:30 UK time for you, Vinny. Earn with her says, who runs BLK Prime? I heard it was a guy named Desmond Gubbs, I believe his name is, or is it Grubbs? Let me look up the last name one more time. Desmond Gums. Yeah, got in. That's the owner. Apparently owned by EFC and private LLC. So apparently, guy might be a street dude. Not the first time street dude comes in the game with money from the street, tries to clean it, or has the money and wants to go legit. Yeah, that's been going on since the Italian and Jewish mafia back in the 1900s. So nothing new in boxing. Vinny said so. Yeah, let's say hour and a half, Vinny. Hour and a half. Low key ass, still prelims. Yeah, we're on the 7th of 10 round schedule for Santiago Nieves. And then after this fight, we got one more fight. Ashton Silva, 7-0 prospect who Jake has signed. He's the co-main. And then we jump into the main fight, Jake Paul, Anderson Silva. Samantha Sanchez says, I'm the real Powerbomb child. That's my wife in the chat. Shout out to you. Love you, baby. See you home tomorrow morning. Giants guy says, huge L for the people who bought this fight. Boxing's dead. Not dead enough to where you didn't show up on the live stream round by round, though, my friend. Anyways, go Giants. Boxing sucks now. I imagine New York Giants, not San Francisco Giants, right? Well, you might as well, Giants guy, Saquon Barkley and the boys, they don't play till tomorrow morning. You're already on the FightHype live stream. You might as well just stick around and hear the round by round for main event time. That's just me. And no, they're not fighting yet. Yeah. Still have the co-main after this. Ashton Silva, 7-0. Taking on a decent fighter too, Braulio Rodriguez, who fought Ryan Garcia at Madison Square Garden. Jake Paul versus Keith Thurman. No. How about Keith Thurman versus Ennis? How about someone fight Jaron Ennis? How about forget, and we made a video about this last week, how about forget Spence Crawford and we just get Spence versus Ennis? We replace one undefeated switch-hitting electric fighter with another that's even younger and punches even harder and is a natural welterweight. I got love for Spence and Crawford. Definitely two of the best fighters I covered in the last decade, but honestly, I'm ready to see Jaron Ennis get his shot, particularly if these two don't want to come to an agreement. Joe Spivey says, will you speak about the fight? Absolutely, yes. Once Paul Silva happens, not so much, no more chit-chat in the chat about future fights or potential fights, or we just call the action for the live round by round. Call the action like it's the radio days, like it's Don Dunphy back in the days, calling Joe Louis versus Rocky Marciano. So once it's main event time, fight time, we're just calling the action. No more chit-chat until the fight's done. Curtis Allen, I cannot lend you any cash. Has any fight started? Yeah, we're in the 8th round of Alexandro Santiago against Antonio Nieves. After this, it's Ashton Silva. And after that, it's main event time. So just one more fight after this, and we get to Jake Paul and Ashton Silva. I like that the ring card girls have Hornets colors on tonight. I was a big fan of that color scheme. I don't give a shit about the ring card girls, but I love the Hornets color scheme. She got the teal with the purple on. They might as well throw a Baron Davis throwback on the ring card girl at this point. Dana White with a blade versus a wild boar. Sovereign Dad for sale. I'm going to go with the wild boar. For sure. I saw, who was that? The Revenant. That bear fucked Leonardo DiCaprio up.
I don't even think with the blade, Dana White would do much better than Dana White did than Leo did against that bear. I'm going Wild Boar. First round KO over Dana White. When does Jake fight? Says Samantha Hofer. Give it about another hour, Samantha. If you want to check back in an hour, it should be about main event time. Thurman wants a title fight. He will never fight Ennis. Well, the guys who have titles don't want to fight him. It's kind of like Canelo with Plant wanting the Canelo rematch. If you really wanted it, why don't you get through Benavidez to get it? The same with Thurman. If you really want Spencer Crawford, why don't you go through Boots to get it? But they don't want to do that, and I get it. Well, I think Plant will fight Benavidez, but Thurman doesn't want to take on Boots. Did you hear Blue Blood? They didn't even try to contact Ennis' camp. Of course not. Of course, neither Errol or Terrence try to contact Boots' camp because he's as tough an opponent as they could possibly have on their hands at welterweight. But he's not a world champion and he's not a pay-per-view draw, so the risk reward, they're just not going to get in the ring with that man right now. But I knowing the sport, knowing my boxing, feel pretty comfortable saying that fight, Crawford or Spence against Ennis, is basically just as good as those two fighting each other. Even with him being so much less proven than either one of them, even with his resume being so thin, I'm not convinced of Boots' talent. Actually, I had someone in the chat, who was it? Erickson Lubin. Someone mentioned, Sean, you're getting carried away. Remember we said all that about Erickson Lubin. Lubin's was a good prospect, but he was never the prospect that Boots Ennis was. He couldn't switch hit. He didn't have the dominant jab and defense and reflexes that Duran had. Lubin's a very good fighter. But no, man, Boots is something different. Jason Dragneil says Virgil is scared of Boots and I'm Latino, so you can say I'm biased. He hasn't even had a chance to show whether he's scared or not. That fight hasn't realistically presented to Virgil at all. It wasn't a good look that Virgil seemed to avoid fighting the Avanesian fight. He's going on to face Crawford. That's kind of how I knew David. I mean, other than David retiring an old Sugar Shane Mosley, really the most I've heard Avanesian's name thrown around the last couple of years was Virgil not fighting him as a WBC eliminator. So, but Virgil hasn't even really had the chance to duck big opposition. Nothing's come across his table yet.
Ladies and gentlemen, this bout has been stopped at the end of round number 7. The referee in charge, West Belton, stops the contest.
Federico Ingles says, I don't know who needs to hear this, but Devin Haney versus Shakur Stevenson would be a boring fight. I'm not convinced of that. I think that fight could be better than we would think because if you go back and watch their sparring when they were teenagers, once Devin kind of figured out that he wasn't best suited just staying on the outside of Shakur and trying to sharpshoot on the outside, once Devin found out he was better off being the bigger guy, going forward and taking the fight to Shakur, that's when that sparring picked up. And I think, I don't think you'd see Haney fight Stevenson the way you see him fight other guys. I think he'd understand in that fight, he's not the boxer, he's the bigger guy. He'd have to be the more aggressive guy between the two of them. And because of that, I think the fight would actually be a little bit better than you think. And I'm not going off too much opinion here. You could go back and watch the sparring they had as teenagers and see that's what played out. Stevenson started off sharpshooting Devin, had the superior 1-2s down the pipe than Devin. But then once Devin started coming around with body shots and putting the pressure on, he had more success. And maybe from that sparring, he knows he'd have to fight that way against Shakur rather than be the boxer he usually is. Brian said, if I can, I'm going to get Crawford tickets. I live in Omaha. And Boston, right after him, asks, am I going to the Bud fight? I think me and my man Ron G, who covers fights for FightHype, we were just talking about it. I think I am going to go out to Omaha for the fight. You know, there's a lot of questions to ask Terrence. We have no real answers or transparency from Terrence or PBC. I don't know any numbers I haven't had any numbers verified. We don't know if it was what he was told. We don't know if he delayed negotiations so long that November 19th got pushed out, or if PBC
failed to deliver a November 19th date, and that made Crawford begin to get colder feet and look towards other options. There's not a lot of transparency here from any party. So I may very well in December take a trip down to Omaha and try to get some answers. Crawford's a tougher guy if they're into interview and boxing, but maybe it's worth a shot. You guys think I should go down there? Let me know. Eric says Shaggy looking out. Boston says, bro, AB is promoting BLK Prime more than Bud. Wouldn't be surprised if Bud talked to BLK Prime and negotiated him not having to promote himself. He really hates doing that stuff. I wouldn't be, because Terrence is mine. You're the promoter, right? So you promote me. You make me a star. I fight. That's what I can guarantee. I'm going to show up. I'm going to fight. I'm going to deliver a knockout like I have in my last 10 plus fights. So y'all promote the fight. I don't get paid to promote. I can promote the fight. This is how Terrence, I think, thinks about that kind of stuff. So I'm not surprised Broner's out in front of the camera promoting while Crawford isn't. That's always been their two personalities. But if he struggled to get to 150K pay-per-view buys against Sean Porter on an ESPN platform, I don't know how in the world he has a successful pay-per-view on BLK Prime against an unknown fighter. But apparently, maybe, allegedly, some street dudes got some money to clean, so they're not too worried about making it back anyways. I don't know. Shell Shock, are you showing the fight, big dog? Do not have the rights to Anderson Silva versus Jake Paul, so you cannot show the fight. But once fight time starts, round one, I will be calling a live round by round, old school style, like they used to call on the radio, calling the action, every punch, giving you the action right down the middle, what's going on as if you were there. So I got you locked in for a round by round once fight time starts. MJP, do you have Jake Paul tonight or Anderson Silva?
I never choose.
No, that's right. That became a thing for you about 2 years ago.
No, it's like forever.
Was it? Okay.
I just choose not to. May the best man win.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to go about it. Yeah. Good. Kind of helps as an interviewer sometimes too, when you don't go in with any preconceived notions.
People, they hold it against you.
Yeah. Especially when you're visible. So, I would think matchmaking was smart enough not to ruin this money train just yet. But we'll see.
Well, I mean, you have to question. Remember how Anderson was quoted saying that he got knocked out and sparring.
Yeah.
And then he took it back.
Yeah.
And he's like, I was just kidding. And then he said
he misspoke and he meant he got dropped twice.
Right, yes, exactly. So, but I think a lot of that was because the Arizona Commission was now looking into it.
Yeah.
And they knew that the fight was now on the line. If in fact he did get knocked out twice. So, interesting.
I think they were just covering their ass.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
I think the meeting went like, do you like money? Yeah, I like money. Do you like money? I love money. Fight's on. And, yeah. Is it just like that? All right, let's hang out for another 20 minutes so it looks like we talked about something. And then that was the meeting. Yeah, that was the meeting. Oh, you got some fans in the chat, so yeah, that's always nice. That's the fans in the chat. Yeah, they're just saying, oh yeah, go ahead, go ahead, fanboy out. There's your cameo, guys. But Michelle knows her stuff, man. I think the first fight I ever covered with you was Hopkins versus Kovalev, Atlantic City.
Ages ago.
Yeah, 8 years ago, Thanksgiving time. And Bernard, I was sad. I love Bernard. Got his ass whooped that night. But that just made me like Kovalev.
Well, I feel like that put Kovalev really on the map.
Oh yeah, yeah. I remember. I'm gonna just put you on again for a second because it's awkward having you talk, but I remember you asked me. You were getting ready to interview Danny Garcia, who had just knocked out Rod Salka, and you had some tough questions for Danny. So you asked me, what's something I could ask him to ease him up a little bit before I get to the real stuff? And I said, you could ask him, do you feel like that was the knockout of the year against Rod Salka? And you gave me a look like, are you fucking serious? Rod Salka? And I said, Michelle, knockout of the year, not fight of the year, not like, but I just remember that. And yeah. And,
you know what? I hardly remember anything these days.
Yeah.
It feels like one big blur.
Oh, all the interviews you did? Oh, yeah, at this point, yeah.
I feel like I'm like losing my mind out there. Someone will go, you were there. And I'm like, yeah, I was there. You're right. Like every week it's a new event.
Yeah.
It gets all blurred and you forget sometimes how long ago things were. Like you said, 8 years. It's nuts.
Yeah.
8 years.
Yeah, it feels like, in a way, 10 years, but yeah.
I feel like the 10 years that I've been doing this flew by like that. It was just like I blinked and 10 years passed. It's kind of scary.
Yeah.
Like enjoy life. That's why I'm trying to make more time for myself because I just put it all into boxing and building the channel that it took over my life.
Yeah. So before I stop absorbing all the free content from you, Michelle, how you feel about Spence Crawford and Ryan and Tank probably not happening, at least for the foreseeable future, for the near future? Are we taking L's as fans? Does this shit gotta stop, or is this part of the process?
The system needs to change. The system's flawed. Sometimes I just don't get it. Like, not one side is never going to get it 100 the way they want it. Never. So what are we doing here? And I feel like we've created this system now where it became tolerable to say, well, we tried, and then walk off.
Yes. Our spin was sufficient.
Yeah, we tried.
We feel we spend it well.
Hey, look at guys, look how many times we tweeted that we tried.
Someone needs to tell them on BoxRec there is no W12 rationalizations mean Tank beat Ryan or Spence beat Crawford or Crawford beat. If the fight doesn't happen, it doesn't go in the record books. There is no one guy beats the other based off of the fight not happening, but his excuses were more rational than the others.
It's gotten to the point now where I feel like it's actually disrespectful to the fans. It's disrespectful to all parties involved when you allow ego and you allow pride to dictate why it didn't happen. And I feel like we're living in this new generation where this has become very accepted.
Yeah.
Because all they have to do now is go on social media, spew their side of things, and well, that's it. That we're going to move on and we're going to give you some B-level fights.
Yeah.
For the whole next 2 years.
Yeah.
But when they give us a good one, we're supposed to be extremely happy.
And thank them.
It's like, oh, thanks, sir.
Right.
Thank you for your crumbs.
Right.
It's just bad. It's bad. So whoever's to blame, I don't know.
It's probably correlated to why we're here at this kind of fight.
And not, the boxing politics.
Yeah.
I'm fucking over it.
Right.
Like, I can only imagine how other people feel. We get to cover these events.
Yeah.
Granted, it's work, but we're covering these events. We're not at home paying $100 for fight cards that aren't exactly worth it.
We're getting paid to be here, and we're sick of it. That's how they feel. They're
the ones
paying to go. Yeah.
Paying for these fights. You gotta think of it. I don't want to put you on the spot. So you don't have to answer.
No, you're fine.
But I just asked somebody this the other day. I said, how long has it been since we've seen a strong triple header?
Strong triple header? A couple years. And those triple headers had stars, but in one-sided fights.
When's the last time we really saw a strong double header? That if the first event, the main event got canceled, the second event can carry the card.
Yeah. Plant Darrell, Wilder Hellenius, and that. Yeah, Plant Darrell can't be a main event pay-per-view,
but when we used to have it all the time?
I know, yeah.
It was sick.
Danny Garcia versus Lucas Matisse, Floyd versus Canelo.
So far, the boxing politics. Main event is eating up all of the budget.
Yeah.
And nothing else is going anywhere else. So you're basically paying
$100 for a one half decent, maybe competitive fight. Yeah. You're paying $100 to see one of the fighters you want to see fight. Probably not against who you want to see him fight, but you got to spend $100 just to see him, period.
You're paying it because you're a fan.
Yeah.
But it's disrespectful at some point when that's all you're giving them.
Yeah. And that's across the board. Like, that's not any single, yeah.
For us and our panel is that it's those watching that keep us employed.
Right.
So if I went around and was like disrespectful for the content I'm providing and wasn't putting in the thought that I need to give quality content to keep the subscriber happy, like, it's disrespectful.
Yeah.
And that's how it's starting to feel when it comes to some of these matchups. You know, everyone's trying to keep it in-house. Nobody's trying to work with each other anymore. You know, kudos when you do get to see people work together. It's great, but it's not common.
Right.
And I'm over it. I'm so over it. That's why, even for a minute there, I had to take a step back from boxing because it was starting to make me mad. I was becoming a bitter person.
Well,
because we have to sit on this fine line. Like, we can ask questions and we can say certain things, but we also can't dive too much into it because then we get blacklisted. We can't even attend these meetings.
Yeah, and can't get any information at all. You might as well get the information you can get.
And it makes you angry because you want to be able to do it. You know, people comment and go, why didn't you say this?
Why didn't you ask this and that? It's not as easy as you think it is.
We all want to ask those questions, but we already know what the answers are going to be, and the repercussions. It's kind of like, if you know your bread and butter, your job's your bread and butter, you're not going to walk into your job and tell your boss that he's a fucking asshole, because he probably is.
Yeah.
Because you got to keep a roof over your head. You got to tolerate shit. So it's no different.
That's the real world. It's easier on the internet in a comment saying, I would have asked this and that. And no, you wouldn't have asked that because, first of all, they may not have even let you in the building in the first place. And you know what I mean? It's not as easy as you think.
And boxing, they have the ability to say, you know what? You're no longer allowed here.
Yeah.
It's not like other sports where they have a union.
Right.
So, you know, but I do feel the pain of the fight fans that are vocalizing those things. Like, I think we all do.
Oh yeah. I'm gotten a little numb to it.
Yeah.
I just show up, try to have fun, and call the fight. But yeah.
You're working.
Yep.
You do your part. You go home.
And get the fuck home.
Half the time we're all sitting back there like rolling our eyes like.
Damn, Michelle, you went in. You went in. Let me see what the chat had to say. They just want to see the fuck. Yeah. I think people just love what you had to say. Hey, people are quoting your catchphrase, but yeah. No, you killed it.
I mean, I'm not trying to bitch, I'm just being honest. Like, we feel you guys, and we hear you guys, but there's only so much we can do. It's our job at the end of the day.
If we don't put up with all that, we can't get the information for you that we do. Like, you may interview a promoter, and it feels like it's up to you guys. At that point, you can't go, now I'm going to expose you. It's up to you guys to take the information we provide for them, and then you deduce from it and understand if they're lying or not. You know, you can't smack them right there in the face and say, you're fucking lying to me. It's, okay, you lied, and now it's up to you, the viewer at home, to understand his bullshit that he just tried. Right. All I can do is get you the information. I can't, sometimes.
It's funny because sometimes I'll interview somebody and they'll go, I'm like, I can only quote what I was told. That don't mean I believe necessarily 100% of what I'm told, but I'm not going to go and misquote him or her. I'm going to quote exactly what I was told and let y'all run with it.
Right. So it looks like it's co-main time. Ashton Silva, Braulio Rodriguez got knocked out by Ryan Garcia at Madison Square Garden a couple years back, 2018. Had that kind of went viral for a minute. He shoved Ryan Garcia at the weigh-in, accidentally shoved the signed. Apparently is a guy who has some decent prospects about him. 7-0 heading into tonight. We'll see what he gets. Anton says the most beautiful boxing content maker on YouTube. I thought you were talking about me, but then it turns out you talked about the show. I'm a little disappointed. Boston says, I think there's a bad single. I know, yeah, we're dealing with some tough Wi-Fi, but we'll get it straightened out. It might be a little rough throughout the night. You know how it is in these packed arenas. Okay, good, we're back. Good, Boston, good. Robezy Ramirez stopped the guy that went the distance with Pitbull, Cruz, and Rivera. He's quite not man. Robezy, he's coming. He's really rounded in with Ismael Salas as a pro now. He lost that debut, but ever since then, man, he has turned the corner with Salas and looked tremendous. If I was his manager, I'd be very happy we didn't wind up making the Stevenson fight because he could beat a lot of guys. Not named Scores, moved up 35. Robezy could be a huge follower for the winner of Valdez and Navarrete. Let's see. Nice green screen, Shaggy. Appreciate it. I don't know what you mean by that. How much longer says Jay Thornton? This is it, man. This is the last co-main event. Ashton Silva coming out with a Minions attire. Pink Grant gloves, Minions attire, gets the crowd's attention. These crowds aren't hardcore boxing crowds at the Jake Paul fights. They're people who like the fanfare, who like the flash. And playing to the right kind of crowd with this entrance, coming in with the Minions costume is Ashton Silva. Excuse me. Co-main just ended. No, actually, we are in the co-main now. Patrico G, we are in the co-main now, about to get started now. Yeah. FightHype versus FightHub, who wins? I'm biased, I'm going to say FightHype, obviously. But probably be a pretty good fight, though. Probably be like the scene, if all of us on YouTube fought each other, it'd probably look a lot like the scene in Anchorman with all the news channels fight each other. And Ben Stiller comes in with the Mexican news channel, and Vince Vaughn and Will Ferrell and the boys, everybody just, it'd probably look like that if all the boxing YouTube channels ever fought. And I'd like to think we'd be Will Ferrell and Steve Carell and them. We'd come out on top, you know? My man Frankie from LA with the trident, you know, maybe I don't know. But I think we can come out on top. Silva is getting paid to lose, says Dennis. What makes you say that, Dennis? Do you think so? I don't think Silva will take a loss on purpose. He's not like that. I don't think that stuff happens as much as people think. I think fights are manipulated through matchmaking. One guy's getting old, the other guy's on the come up, stuff like that. I don't think fights are as fixed as people think in terms of take a die. I don't think that really happens very often at all. I'm sure it does once in a while still. Maybe I've attended a fight and didn't know it where that happened, but I've seldom really seen a fight where I think a guy took a quote-unquote dive. He was paid to lose a fight he otherwise would have won. I'm not sure if I've ever actually seen that happen. Yeah, FightHype the best. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, brother. Thank you. We try, man. We want to be the best. And we are. Me versus FightHub. Marcos is winning. Let them put some money on the table, man. Let me and Marcos get paid. You know? Oh, apparently there's a fight breaking out in the crowd. That's cool. But, put some money on the table. We'll find out.
From Desert Diamond Arena here in Glendale, Arizona, we present the co-main event of the evening, brought to you by Jake Paul's most valuable.
I got the fight, but I love the commentary. Thank you, Steffi. And, you know, we lock in once it's fight time. You know, we got some fun in between fights, especially in a card like this, where it's not 3 or 4 title fights. You know, we're clowning around a little bit. And once it's round by round time for the main event, we lock in like John Dunfrey in 51.
Chris Wilson. And introducing
Sean, you should do a poll putting the fight times. That way we don't have to read what time does the fight start every 2 minutes. I get it, but dang. Silva plus 190. Eric says FightHub is the best. I wish you would say FightHype, but I read your comment just to keep some balance in the chat. I'll start a GoFundMe, says Boston. Jake Paul is in white for Mayweather. He fucking wishes. At least in terms of boxing ability. But in terms of media savvy, not far off. Smart dude. Smart dude who understands how to manipulate human psychology. Floyd understood that too.
And his opponent across the ring, fighting out of the blue corner, wearing pink and yellow trunks, hailing from Long Beach, California.
Homemade getting ring introductions now. Ashton Silva, 7-0. 7 knockouts from the LBC from the Long Beach, California. Only 18 years old. Signed by Jake Paul. Jake Paul believing in him enough to put him in the Amanda Serrano spot. He actually is in the Amanda Serrano spot. Usually Jake likes to put his fighter, Amanda Serrano, right in this homemade slot to get some shine. Instead he puts in another fighter he has signed now. Ashton Silva. So the E is silent. Jimmy Levis setting me straight.
Tony Sango.
Sold out arena. It is not sold out, but very healthily filled. Definitely 15K plus in the building, but not sold out. The touch, get it. Is that better? Is that better, Boston's? You know, Boston's. The more I read your name, I'm gonna think of that silly ass song from the '80s from the band Boston. It's like more than a feeling. Okay. Round 1, set to start for Ashton Silva. All right, let's see what we got. See, been told this fighter has fast hands, some talent. 7-0, 7 knockouts from Long Beach, California, against the Dominican Braulio Rodriguez, who has been in the ring with guys like Ryan Garcia. Let's see if Silva can match up and stop him just like Ryan did. Ashton putting the pressure, well, not putting the pressure on, but on the front foot early, taking small steps towards Rodriguez. Nice jab to the body to start for Ashton Silva. Got that lead hand by his waist, showing some fast hands early on. Ooh, Braulio Rodriguez opening up with combinations, gets caught with a right uppercut after Silva showed some beautiful defense. Braulio Rodriguez tried to get in there, make it a brawl, and Silva just slipping shots beautifully and then drops to the right uppercut. Rodriguez looks like he might not recover. This could be it in the first minute. Rodriguez isn't going to recover. That's it. He protested the decision, but he was on bad legs, and he let the ref know he was on bad legs. He's still on bad legs. Ashton Silva is a legit prospect, it would appear. 18 years old. Now he's 8-0 with 8 knockouts. He blew Rodriguez away in 1 minute. Gets the first round knockout over Braulio Rodriguez, just like Ryan Garcia did. And that was a beautiful sequence for Ashton Silva. He slipped 3 or 4 bombs from Braulio Rodriguez. He tried to get wild on the kid, and then he just places in a beautiful right uppercut, ends the fight. The people, my friends who messaged me, shout out to my man Steve Nieto, lifelong friend, been a friend of mine since we were young, loves boxing, very good ball player. My man told me, hey, Sean, Ashton Silva can fight. I've been following him since he was a teenager. That kid, and he's still a teenager, 18 years old. He said, that kid's pretty good, man. So that raised my antenna, and he looked pretty good. Ashton Silva, legit prospect at 140, it would seem. It's good stuff. It's good stuff, man. Nice right uppercut. That was good. I do love more than a feeling, Boston. Who wants to watch you talk? Yup, it's true. You'd be surprised if it's true. I get your point. You'd rather watch the fight itself, but you know we can't. We don't got the rights to the fight, so we can't order the pay-per-view. Watch my round by round. Yup, it's true. I bet you like the round by round. But you'd be surprised. people who can't catch the pay-per-view or people who don't dig the commentary on the pay-per-view, they love the round by round. So maybe stick around. You'd be surprised. Brandon Clements can't show the fight. We don't got the rights, brother, but we call live round by round the minute the action starts. Call it just like the radio days. Don Dunfree, 1950s Joe Louis, Rocky Marciano style. Every punch throughout the action. Yeah, Patricos, what's going to happen if Jermaine Ortiz upsets Lomachenko? Haney won't fight Ortiz. But no, Haney wouldn't fight Ortiz. That's stupid. That'd be a waste of time. Even with a win over Lomachenko, he'd still be beltless and not a draw or nothing. Haney would probably go to 140 and look to grab a belt at 140 against the winner of Prograis Zepeda, or he'd fight Josh Taylor, and maybe, Haney would move up, maybe fight Jose Ramirez, even though it would be a non-title fight, and then look for a title fight at 140. Or he'd jump right into the Shakur Stevenson fight at 35. But even though Top Rank's getting better about not over-marinating fights, like they did Valdez Stevenson right when it should have been made, that fight could be bigger down the line, Stevenson and Haney. And if Lomachenko were to lose, and you were to make that fight right next, Haney and Stevenson, it's not a super fight yet. It might deserve to be in a short time from now. So I think Haney would move to 140 if Lomachenko gets knocked off. Boston, thank you for the backup, man. Just saying, it's like listening to baseball on the radio, much better. Brandon Clemens said, "That's cool." Oh, I'm surprised. I thought you were going to hit me with the "fuck you, asshole." I'm getting out of here. If you're not showing the fight, I don't want to hear you round by round. But Brandon Clements might stick around. Might win you over, Brandon Clements. Right? At least wait till main event time, I guess. And if you're not digging the round by round, then you could bounce and wait until Twitter shows you the viral clip or whatever goes down anyways. Malcolm says if Silva is paid enough, he will lose. I'm not putting that on Jake Paul. I don't think they're gonna get a fixed fight. I think it'll be on the up and up. I think the manipulation for Jake Paul comes in taking on an former MMA guy who's 47. That's the fix. Is not to the extent that you literally pay the guy to take a dive. It's that you manipulate the matchmaking where it should favor one fighter. You manipulate it by putting it in with an MMA guy, not a real pro boxer. You put it in with a guy who's 47. So that's where it's been fixed in Jake's favor. But they still got to fight the fights. They still got to get in the ring and let it play out. So we'll see. And Anderson Silva beating up Julio Cesar Chavez carries a little bit of weight. So Daniel Dubois versus Trey Morrison. I'm going to go Dubois. Morrison, Kenzie, and Trey are tough, but I think Dubois' skill set would just be on a different level. Dubois, his loss against Joe Joyce's aged kind of well, man. He held his own against the Juggernaut, and that's turned out to be absolutely no shame losing to that guy. Goro Patrick says, Broski's, it's not about the age. If he still has the power, he's going to knock Jake out. Power is the last thing to go. And actually, the first thing to go is supposed to be the legs. But Anderson, in his boxing match, has shown some good legs. He's put guys in the blender and hit them off the turn. Kept turning them, kept spinning them, and punching them off those pivots. I think that's what he'll do with Jake early on, and Jake will have to get his timing down. That's what I'm sure BJ Flores has worked on with him. BJ's probably expected Anderson to be difficult early in the fight and has trained Jake to get ready to punch when the other guy's punching and get his timing down. So we'll see. Daniel Sanchez, will the fight be shown? We don't got the rights to Paul Silva, but the minute the fight starts, like the radio days, I'll be doing a round by round, calling the action down the middle. So stick around if you want the action call live as it goes down right here on FightHype.
Last thing 30 seconds, a minute. That's the thing. We have a long training camp.
Loma's coming out to the Matrix music again. Who's a better fighter, Jake or Logan? Jake. Jake Paul is. But Logan actually has better hand speed. Logan actually has more natural hand speed than Jake Paul. But Jake Paul's a better fighter. Better timing. Better technique on his punches, sits on his shots better. Got the right hand. And I think he's a little tougher than Logan, too. A little bit more of a natural dog. So if we're comparing Logan and Jake, I think Jake's better. But I actually think Logan has the better hand speed. Donnie P Productions, you got it, brother. Zomzi, man, fight has not happened yet, but it is next. All the preliminaries are through, and it's main event time next. When it comes to hand speed between Paul and Silva, we'll see. Old man actually got off pretty well against Chavez. Got off first, through combinations, used his feet even at the age of 47, led his feet. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think Jake Paul has fast hands by any means. I don't. BJ's been working on him having good timing, and he throws his punches well. He sits on them, but I don't think he's fast. But Streakos, thank you, brother, for saying I'm a student of the game. I am. Still watch tape, but as the years went on, I got good at breaking down fighters. I used to watch 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 full-length fights of a guy to really assess him, and that's still the best thing to do to truly assess a fighter. Watch 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 full-length fights. Watch them when they're on the come-up. Watch them in their big fights. And watch them in their worst performance. Look for what was their worst performance and see how they look on their worst day. But now, I'm always a student of the game. I don't need that. I only need to look at a guy sometimes 10 to 15 minutes now to kind of figure out what he's got and what he's capable of. But always be a student of the game. Who trains Jake? DJ Flores. Had over 30 wins as a pro, only about 2 or 3 losses. Fought for the Cruiserweight Championship against Tony Bell. You got knocked out, but he was a guy in the top 10 at Cruiserweight. That's his trainer. The fight streamed on Showtime pay-per-view. Is Jake deserving to win? Only one way to find out in probably about the next 10, 15 minutes when they get in the ring. Might be some stalling though, man. Because that co-main ended in the first round. Pretty packed crowd tonight. 15K, I want to say. Not a full sellout. 00 says, great commentary. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Southpaw Dominant says, young man, appreciate the way you share your opinions without being condescending. I'm happy for that way, man. Thanks for joining the chat. Just try to be observant with the sport. Brandon Clemens says that wouldn't ruin Anderson Silva's legacy. Yeah, Brandon, I don't watch MMA at all. Never ordered a UFC MMA pay-per-view in my life. But even I know that. Even I know this is just a guy in Anderson Silva who got fucked out of making big money with the UFC pay model, which greatly benefits their business and helps make the best fights happen because they don't give the fighters a lot of agency. That sucks for the fighters. Sometimes it's good for the fans. Different topic. But no, there's no way Anderson Silva getting knocked out ruins his legacy. Even I know a guy who never watches MMA. This is a retired great who got fucked out of the big money in his prime because guys just didn't get paid like that at that time in UFC. And he's fighting boxing matches against Jake Paul to make up for some of that lost dollars he didn't get to come in his way that he should have when he was in his prime. So he gets knocked out by Jake Paul. He was just getting the check as an old man. It won't affect his legacy as MMA that I'm not even well versed in, but even I know it wouldn't affect what he did as a UFC champion. Silver spread rumors of him getting KO'd and sparring to get this fight. Genius move. Earn Lahern, he already had the fight, and then he said that a week or two ago. So it's not like the fight was already through. He almost cost himself the fight by saying he got knocked out. The Arizona Commission almost called the fight off Thursday night because of that. He says he misspoke because he was knocked down twice, not knocked out. I tend to believe him. I just do. I think he meant getting knocked down twice. Jake's watching Loma. That's why he's not coming yet. Jake has not fought yet. Raimundo Rendon Jr. Hugon Jin said Dana White got rich while all the fighters got old. Some of them got lucky and got fights like they deserve it all. It's hard to say. As much as we want to say what Dana's done to fighters is wrong, proof's in the pudding a little bit. I guess as of late, UFC's had a harder time making the best fight the best. They haven't got the John Jones, Francis Ngannou fight situated yet. But I guess largely speaking, over the last 15 years, UFC on average produces the fights that people want to see more than boxing has. And in part, that's because of the way Dana White has handled that business. So hopefully we can get to some kind of utopia where the fighters make good money and they're kind of forced into the fights fans want to actually spend their money on. Because I have always known that's the golden median we got to find somehow in boxing, is where we're willing to part with our hard-earned dollars, but we're getting the fights we want to see for our hard-earned dollars. So it's a win-win for everybody. The fighters, we're supporting the pay-per-view, so the fighters are making millions of dollars, but we're getting what we want out of it too, the matchups we want to see. It's going to take some work to situate boxing to get there. Sometimes things have to bottom out before they get better, right? And part of me wonders, is boxing bottoming out a little bit right now by failing to deliver the big fights at the end of the year? Or is it just part of the course? This is just what boxing is now, or is this a bottoming out process before things actually get better? So Big Hurt TV says, am I ever going to say anything about the fight or not? Definitely going to say everything. It's going to be all about the fight, Big Hurt, once the fight's actually on. No fight on right now. It's dead in the arena. It's just some dead time before ring walk time starts. But I guarantee you, once ring walk time starts, fight starts, all about Jake Paul, Anderson Silva, and calling that action. So, have I ever thought about being a commentator for boxing? That's what I'm doing, though. I'm doing it here on FightHype. And yeah, the goal one day, obviously, would be to, commentate on the networks. But that's definitely a long-term goal. Commentate. Yeah, we'll see. Everything I can do. Haney versus Inoue never happened. Weight classes for a reason. I know you're trolling. Ortiz putting hands on Loma in round one, is he? Let me, you know what? I got my laptop. Maybe I can pull my laptop up and we can look at some of this Lomachenko fight. Let me see here. Might as well, right? While we're waiting on Jake Paul and Anderson Silva, call a little Lomachenko action. Let me see. I'm feeling you lied to me, though. But they're not even in the first round of Ortiz Loma. It's too early. Probably on Keyshawn or something. Waiting for this to load up, see if I can get this Lomachenko fight while we're waiting for Jake Paul, Anderson Silva here in Glendale, Arizona. FightHype live in the building. Ortiz piecing him up a little bit. Okay. So the fight really has. Oh, come on, man. Come on, ESPN Plus. Let's get this shit going. All right. You know what, chat? Fuck it. We're gonna have to use the old cell phone. We're gonna have to ditch the chat and put on ESPN Plus so we can watch the fight. I will not be able to see your lovely comments for a moment here, but it's worth it. I think we could all agree it's worth it to see Lomachenko Ortiz. Close the laptop. Dang, man. Wi-Fi is rough in the arena. I can't even get the Lomachenko fight. Sorry here. Not surprised Jermaine Ortiz getting off to a decent start, though. He looked good against Jamel Herring and Lomachenko's slow starter. Kind of felt like people were sleeping on Jermaine Ortiz. Not like I would pick him or anything to beat Lomachenko heading into this fight, but Jermaine Ortiz, he looked good against Jamel Herring. And has some speed and brings some smoke to the table. I think he's a tougher opponent than Richard Comey is these days. All right, live. Lomachenko Ortiz. Let me see
I don't know if I can get this stream going on my phone, y'all. In the arena Wi-Fi is terrible. Ah, wait. One of my colleagues has it on the screen over here. I can see from a distance. Lomachenko, ooh, nice right hand by Lomachenko. Backs Ortiz onto the ropes now. Now I can get back to the chat with you guys too. Nice inside work here by Lomachenko. Probably in round 2, I imagine. Lomachenko on that front foot. Actually goes in the high guard right now. Ortiz on the back for Lomachenko. Probes the knee hand. Ortiz back with his knee hand. 1-2 for Ortiz. And Lomachenko gets the head off the line. Good defense by Lomachenko here in the sequence. Ortiz back near the ropes now. Lomachenko, ooh, nice little check hook though by Jermaine Ortiz as Lomachenko started to double jab with his lead hand. Lomachenko putting that pressure on Jermaine Ortiz. Ortiz trying to walk him into some shots like Theo did. Good jab by Lomachenko. Jermaine along the ropes. Loma trying to dig down to the body, but Ortiz gives his own in the clinch. That's it for round 2. Looks like Lomachenko got that round. Landed some good power shots right when I tuned in halfway through the second there. But I know a lot of you guys in the chat had him losing round 1, so maybe it's 1-1 there over there in New York City for Lomachenko. Lomachenko, big swelling underneath his right eye, though. I don't know if that's from a headbutt. Yep. Looks like that's from a headbutt. Big purple swelling underneath the left eye of Lomachenko. Nasty headbutt from Jermaine Ortiz. That could close up Lomachenko's eye later in there. Young Jackson, you said you want the best narration of my career. I'm gonna give you everything I got for main event time. Yeah, Loma's got bad for that headbutt, man. Teofimo started a downfall, then fell off. No, he's only lost 1 fight. He came back, he knocked out Compa. He looked good as that fight went on. Sounds like if he gets past Pedraza, he's going to get a shot at the lineal champion, Josh Taylor. I think he could pull it off against Josh Taylor. FightHype looking over his neighbor's fence, calling the fight. Yeah. The Lomachenko fight, yeah. I was. You got that, Young Jackson. I got you. All right, round 3 of let me look over my neighbor's yard again. Lomachenko on the back foot to start after being aggressive in round 2. He's backing away, not throwing punches to start round 3. Jermaine Ortiz trying to jab from his tip off the double jab and get to the body. Lomachenko, good defense there. Good defense again by Lomachenko, but Ortiz punching at Loma, getting off first to start round 3. Lomachenko not as active with his work rate as he was when he was younger. Ortiz letting his hands go. Good defense by Lomachenko. Ortiz just punching at the gloves. Oh, more accurate by Loma now. Hits Ortiz with a 1-2-1. Lomachenko letting Ortiz punch off about 20 shots before he answered with a 1-2-1 combination. Now Ortiz in the corner, spins Lomachenko out of there in the clinch as Lomachenko missed with the lead left hand. Lomachenko trying to time the right hook when Ortiz opened up with his jab there. Lomachenko putting the pressure on. Ortiz with that up jab, falling short, hitting. Good parrying the jab for Lomachenko against Jermaine Ortiz here. Jermaine trying to work it from the hip, trying to use the up jab. Now Jermaine letting his hands go in combination. Good defense by Lomachenko, but letting Ortiz get off. Now a nice right hand, a 2-1, not a 1-2 by Jermaine Ortiz. Got in a little bit. Now Lomachenko lands a clean, accurate jab. Lomachenko more accurate, but maybe letting Ortiz let it run his hands a little bit too much here. About a minute left in the third. Ortiz running his hands. Lomachenko, good defense on the front foot. Lands his lead left hand, straight left hand down the pipe. Another lead left hand for Lomachenko down the pipes. Ortiz clinches and spins him around. Back in the center of the ring now is Ortiz, working on that up jab, trying to touch, but he's getting parried. Lomachenko rushes him into the ropes, gets to the body, and they clinch again. Now they're back in the center of the ring. Jermaine Ortiz working the up jab in front of Loma, but Loma continues to parry it well. Double jab for Jermaine Ortiz. Lomachenko keeps the earmuffs on to block it. Loma blocks another jab. Loma feinting. Double jab right hand by Ortiz. Not landing, but running his hands. Lomachenko allowing him at times to run his hand and not fire back. And that ends round 3. Lomachenko, much less active than Jermaine Ortiz, but more accurate. Landed a nice 1-2-1. Landed one or two nice lead right hands where it's a jab, but he's actually committing to it, kind of throwing it like a power shot. So Lomachenko definitely more accurate. I'll give the round to Lomachenko based on those accurate shots, but he did let Jermaine, run his hands at time and just work. But that superior accuracy for Lomachenko showing up on the replays on ESPN probably did enough to get him that third round. When does this start, says Isabel? We're still waiting on ring walks. All the preliminaries are done in Arizona. The only fight left on this card is Jake Paul and Anderson Silva. But we got some downtime. We're waiting for the main event fighters to make their way to the ring. Yeah, stick around. Jake fight hasn't started yet. We'll start soon. While we're hanging out, Lomachenko outlanded Jermaine Ortiz that previous round. Also had the higher connect percentage. So Loma probably up 2 rounds to 1 right now. Ortiz keeps trying to work off the double jab, the up jab, but he's committing to the jab less and less as Lomachenko parries it. He's almost punching it, throwing it, knowing he's going to get parried. But it's good to stay active with the jab even when it's not landing. And Ortiz is doing that. Lomachenko is just not as active as he used to be when he was younger. Fights more in spurts these days. But good front foot defense by Lomachenko. Not letting his hands go a lot here to start the fourth. Jermaine Ortiz running his hands, running his combinations, but not really landing much. Good defense by Vasil Lomachenko on the front foot. Loma, high guard. Now getting Ortiz on the ropes. Hasn't thrown a lot this round, but has had good defense. Maybe he'll look to score now. Carrying the jab of Ortiz. Steps inside, feints, dips down. Staying on the front foot. Not opening up, though, is Lomachenko. Now he eats a jab. And Ortiz throwing some uppercuts in the clinch on the inside now. Banging away with that free right hand. Decent work by Ortiz. What's up, Ronnie? Huh? No. Yeah. Right. Ortiz, all right. I had to talk to my colleague there for a second, but back to Lomachenko action as we wait for Jake Paul. Lomachenko, good defense, blocking the lead right hand from Jermaine Ortiz, but Ortiz letting his hands go, double jab, right hand. Lomachenko, now Ortiz does land a jab. Loma lands a jab, but that's it, no follow-up. In this fourth round, it's been Ortiz running his hands, not being accurate, but no real work rate from Lomachenko here in the fourth. Hey guys, they called me. Going back to the streets of Sean E. AKA, it was necessary. Very scary. Month of February, I'm on display then. They put their K's in, I'm still at it. A-double-T-I-C. Who don't know about me? I'm for sure with it. Don't let me pop that trunk to the left, bitch. I will go get it. And I ain't selfish. I will let you and your folks feel it. Okay, that's it. I just like that song. Yeah, Lomachenko. Ortiz finishing off this round strong. Letting go of some. Good lead right hand. Actually lands through the guard. And a good combination by Jermaine Ortiz. Lomachenko punching in between, landing a left hand, but Ortiz outworking him with combination punching and a little left hook, too, at the belt for Jermaine Ortiz. Jermaine Ortiz looked like he won that fourth round, made it 2-2 again. Looks like it's probably 2-2. It looks like Jermaine Ortiz is able to win rounds 1 and 4 and Lomachenko 2 and 3, but Jermaine threw a lot of punches that round and looks tired already. Back in the corner after 4. Lomachenko putting the pressure on and making him throw a lot of punches to keep him off, and I think he did enough to win that 4th round. Yeah, I think Loma let himself get outworked there in the 4th, and it was a good finish, although a nice hard lead left hand is shown on the replay by ESPN. But I think Ortiz just outworked him that round. I'm the one to call. That's alcohol. And I'm not the one that you really just want to clown. I'm cool in my way, but she's still, I shut him down. That's how we do. If we don't give a damn, we don't give a fuck. Right? Yeah, this was the shit back in middle school. Okay, back in round 5, Loma Ortiz. Lomachenko putting the pressure on after dropping round 4. And Ortiz expended a lot of energy in round 4. Let's see if Lomachenko turns it up in round 5. Lomachenko in his mid-30s now fights in spurts. Before, give him 2 or 3 rounds, and then the work rate was phenomenal after 3 rounds. He was always a slow starter. Good punches by Lomachenko now as he backs Ortiz into the ropes. Lands a nice right hook, straight left hand as he knocked Ortiz into the ropes. Ortiz back in the center of the ring, but Lomachenko landing a lead right and getting underneath the jab, keeping the pressure on Ortiz. Ortiz forced to throw get-off-me punches at times, and that gets you tired. Lomachenko having a good 5th, good defense, blocking the combinations. He takes a step out of range. Now he steps back in and lands a lead left hand and steps back out. Good stuff by Lomachenko. Now he parries the jab of Jermaine Ortiz. Ortiz with his hands at his waist, trying to jab up from the hip with the up jab, but he's gotten parried most of the night. Now Ortiz winds up the right hand and taunts a little bit, but Lomachenko blocks it. Lomachenko fights in spurts now. Had a good spurt, and now he's not throwing a lot of shots. Loma keeping that pressure on, not active. Blocks the lead right hand, and then Ortiz falls into the clinch and tries to get to the body in the clinch. Lomachenko staying on that front foot, high guard. Wants to be economical with his power punches and win on accuracy. Ortiz forced to use maybe more movement than he really wants to. Use get off me movement and get off me punches. Triple jab from Ortiz off. Little combination from Ortiz, but he eats a hard right jab from Lomachenko. Sometimes Ortiz not committing to these punches, just running his hands in combination. But Lomachenko a lot of the time getting his hands up to block well, but not getting off a lot here in the 5th. Close 5th round. I think Lomachenko with his accuracy, edging it. Winning it with his accuracy, but still a competitive 5th round. Lomachenko backing out of range now. Ortiz steps in, lets his hands go. Lomachenko blocks and backs up, returns fire with a lead left hand. Lomachenko's conditioning almost funny because he threw that lead left hand and throw right into the clinch here in the 5th like he was tired. Ortiz running his hands, left uppercut, right hand. Ooh, good inside swiping shots from Lomachenko, swiping with the left and the right with the hook. Landing on Ortiz. Now Ortiz blocks the headshots and comes into the body, tries to put the pressure on Loma and load up on a left hook. That ends round 5. Lomachenko up 3 rounds to 2 on my card. Just more accurate, but Ortiz more active for sure than Lomachenko. Lomachenko showing his age a little bit here. See what you guys are saying, chat. 3-2 Ortiz, you think, Boston? After 5, I got 3-2 Lomachenko. I think that accuracy is going to sway the judges a little bit, even though Ortiz is running his hands more and Loma's not very active right now. But I think even those few and far between accurate power shots are going to do enough. He's lifting Ortiz's head up, and a lot of the time, even when Ortiz is getting in, Lomachenko's catching, and it's not lifting the head up to score to the judges. I think Loma's probably ahead, 3-2. That's just me. John DeWale asked Michelle Joyce if I could have her number. I'm not going to ask her. I'm just going to spoil what her answer would be. It would have been no. But John DeWale, thanks for being in the chat. Maybe you really could get MGP Michelle's number. You just stick around for boxing anyway. how far off the fight. We're probably finally about 10, 15 minutes away from ring walks in Arizona. Okay, back to the Lomachenko fight in the Garden. I got him up 3-2, but he is showing his age tonight. This is a guy, by this point, 5 years ago, 2017, this point in the fight, Lomachenko would have been putting on some sizzling displays against Ortiz, some sizzling sequences, and would have began to really dominate this fight 4 or 5 years ago, 3 years ago even. But Loma at 34, 35, showing his age tonight, in my opinion. Ortiz slowing the pace down a little bit, not throwing as many get-off-me punches, maybe trying to sharpshoot with Loma a little bit more and pick up his accuracy. But Loma likes that slow-down pace. He shoots a 1-2 to the body and got in a chopping right hook up top, just off the setup from the 1-2 to the body. Ortiz falling short with the jab again, getting it parried all night long. Fight breaking out in the crowd here at the Jake Paul fight. Good jab lands for Lomachenko with Ortiz along the ropes after he blocked the up jab from Jermaine Ortiz. Laquan Carney, are you at the fight? I am. I'm at the Jake Paul fight. But I'm watching the Loma fight over here for a minute. 1-2-1 for Loma. He likes that combo. Anderson Silva getting a huge ovation by the crowd here in Arizona. Let's see what they give Jake. Anderson Silva looking good in the dressing room, by the way. Feet look underneath him. Anderson Silva looking spry in the dressing room. Feet look underneath him. Nice right uppercut on the pads. To be quite honest, Silva looks ready in the dressing room. Looks spry for 47. Looks like the guy who put hands on Julio Cesar Chavez Jr., put him in the blender with his movement, punching off his movement. Feet look good in the dressing room just now for Anderson Silva. Meanwhile, Lomachenko continue to look like a 34, 35-year-old version of Lomachenko, but I do think his accuracy, good hard right hook and left hook to the body by Lomachenko in the center of the ring against Jermaine Ortiz. Loma always been a good body puncher. Stop Jorge Linares to the body. Ooh, good left hand countering Lomachenko's double jab by Jermaine Ortiz, but no power on it. Now Ortiz rips to the body, but better defense catching in on the elbows by Loma. That's it from round 6. Again, I think Loma's accuracy is going to get him that round. Let's see. 3-3. I think it's 4-2 Loma, but yeah, the Loonies, Brent, to call me open, Jordan, and guzzle it, because I know the weed in my system is getting on me. Whiz test to my trio. I know I fail because I done smoked major weed, bro. Yep. Actually, I like the remix to the song better with Shock G and Yuck Mouth and all the Bay Area rappers, the Richie Rich. The way they start that song off is so fire. They're like, say you got 5 on the, bring the stallion back to my sable, say what? Elementary school book. Yeah, it's something like that. Like, yeah. What time is the fight, Young Jackson? Ring walk's probably in about 10 minutes. Hit that like button. Exactly, Orlando. Thank you for the support. All right, Lomachenko. ESPN looks like they got that fight even, right? ESPN looks like they got 57, or they got Loma up 1. So that must have been a knock. I missed the knockdown. I'll let you guys know if what's going on in the pattern. It's Ortiz more active, but Lomachenko better defensively on the front foot and more accurate with his power shots, but he's not really impressive tonight. And he's letting Ortiz run his hands and run his combinations and just content to block, not really punching with Ortiz, not looking like vintage Lomachenko. I got him winning the fight, but close competitive fight right now with a guy he would have been washing at this point a couple years ago. So as I suspected, Haney's going to be a big favorite against Loma. Maybe not a big favorite, but he'll be a legit favorite after tonight, the way Lomachenko's looking. And I always thought Haney was the favorite over Lomachenko. He's a younger, bigger guy who's ascending against a smaller, older guy who's on the decline. It's not really that hard a fight to pick. It's just Lomachenko has built up so much respect with the fans that they're hesitant to just clearly pick one guy to beat him. But his best is past him. And he was vintage against Nakatani, but against Comey and now tonight against Jermaine Ortiz, he looked like a mid-30s Lomachenko. The Nakatani fight, he was spiteful and had so much spite built up against him and had a tall punching bag in front of him that he turned back the clock against Nakatani. Lomachenko's still an elite lightweight, but looking by his standards, pedestrian against Jermaine Ortiz, right as he lands a left hand, right hand, but not Ortiz against the ropes in the 7th, but Lomachenko not very active tonight. Winning the fight off accuracy, though.
Nothing intimidates this man. Nothing scares this man. Everything is secure. Everything's amazing.
Who do I got so far? I got Loma winning on accuracy, but not impressive by any means. And Ortiz has outworked him at some points in the fight. Man, Loma is looking 35, guys. Loma peaked at 130. He's done his thing at lightweight. He unified. He knocked out Linares in a great Madison Square Garden fight. But when you're talking peak Loma, that was 130. And I think the guy I'm seeing tonight is even a step back from peak 135 Loma. Like whatever his peak was as it pertains to lightweight looks behind him tonight. I told some of you guys, man. Some of you guys rock with me on all these lives. You guys have always asked me who I favor, Loma versus Haney. I want some of you guys to vouch for me in the chat. You guys know I've always given Haney the decided edge in that fight. And now after tonight, everyone's going to see that. But I've been saying that. Are the seats sold out, Silver Surfer? Take a look behind me. There's still some empty ones there. But yeah, it's pretty goddamn close. If this place seats 20, they're probably at 18. Put it that way. So here comes Anderson Silva now to the ring. We're going to go ahead and depart from the Lomachenko fight, which I believe is kind of taking a pretty noticeable pattern. I think Lomachenko's on his way to winning an unimpressive decision against Jermaine Ortiz. Lomachenko's still a top lightweight, but I think he'll be figured to be a legit underdog against Devin Haney now, something I've suspected before the Jermaine Ortiz fight, but I think will be mainstream opinion now. Anyway, here comes Anderson Silva for our main event from the Gila River Arena here in Glendale, Arizona. Perhaps one of the true growths of MMA, mixed martial arts. Anderson Silva coming to the ring right now, coming in with the Jamaican music, with some reggae. This is seems to be a peaceful, loving kind of guy. Has that kind of zen, bows to the ring, that Eastern Zen kind of swag. They bow to the ring over there in the East. And Anderson Silva from Brazil, but kind of brings that Eastern Buddhist kind of energy to him. A peaceful guy that turns it on once it's in the ring. I don't know dick about MMA, but I do know, along with John Jones, George St. Pierre, Anderson Silva, Demetrius Mighty Mouse Johnson, I know these guys are a handful of the guys that MMA fans talk about as the greatest fighters, pound for pound, in mixed martial arts history. And unfortunately, a lot of those guys weren't paid good money in their primes. So a guy in Anderson Silva may very well be getting his career high payday tonight against Jake Paul in a boxing match. Here comes Jake Paul now, the A side. The man who's had some call it circus, but has drawn as good a numbers in the sport pretty much as anybody in boxing. Here he comes to the ring now. The boo birds are out. But it's the boos that sold this fight. They may be booing, but they bought a ticket to boo tonight. It's not a case where they bought a ticket for the guy they're cheering for. They bought a ticket specifically to show up and boo Jake Paul as he makes his ring entrance. Let's see what he comes out to here. Jake Paul with the duality, black and white, maybe into the yin yang. The remake of Many Men he's coming out to. I'm not familiar with who raps this. 50 Cent's 2003 classic Many Men. This is the remake, and that's what Jake Paul's coming out to. Last fight he came out to Macho Man and YMCA by the Village People. Keeping it more hood tonight. Not doing the funny business. Bulletproof looking vest. Oh, and now the real 50 Cent does come on. No more 50 Cent remakes. I'll whoop your head, boy. A song that Floyd Mayweather came out to against Zab Judah in 2006. They both actually came out to 50 Cent that night. Zab came out to God Gave Me Style. Floyd came out to this song, I'll Whoop Your Head, Boy, from 50 Cent. Jake Paul channeling 50 Cent. Got the bulletproof vest on like 50 didn't know 3. Coming out to I'll Whoop Your Head, Boy. He gets booed. The black and white kind of skirt trunks. The Hector Camacho kind of skirt trunks. Black and white vest, black and white trunks, black and white gloves. One glove white, one glove black for Jake Paul, the problem child. Problem child inscribed on the back of that bulletproof vest. Pop one on the floor. Let's start popping some more. Fuck the ski mask. I'll move your head, boy. No, I will. This is from the movie. Get Rich or Die Trying movie. Floyd came out to it against Zab Judah. Classic. I'll whoop your head, boy. No, I will. With the back of the steel. Get something like 50. Gotta hold your mouth shut. All right. Who's winning? No action yet. Wait till the action gets started, fellas, and we're calling it like Don Dunphy in 1952. Calling the action down the middle. May the best man, Jake Paul, Anderson Silva, Jimmy Lennon Jr. Jake Paul warming up with 1-2s in the corner, and he looks sharp. The 1-2s look sharp in the corner for Jake Paul as he warms up with his trainer, DJ Flores.
In association with Holden Boxing and sponsored.
Good energy inside the building. Almost a sellout in the Gila River Arena. Definitely 15K plus. Probably about 18K or so. 16, 17, 18K. Very good crowd on hand. Lively crowd. Feels like an MMA crowd on hand to support Anderson Silva against Jake Paul.
Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 available now. Witness tonight's action is sanctioned by the Arizona Boxing and MMA Commission. The executive director is Danny A. Vella, and the chairman is Scott Fletcher. Introducing
Nice to hear my man Jimmy Lennon.
from the state of Arizona, scoring from ringside, we have Paul Calderon, Dennis O'Connell.
Jake on those scales yesterday did look like he was in the best physical shape he's been in as a pro. He's always had some meat on his bones. Doesn't have that slim, cut-up boxer physique, but looks like that metamorphosis is trending that way because he did look more lean at the weigh-in yesterday. So we'll see if we see a faster, slimmer Jake Paul tonight in the ring. He's got pop in the right hand, but he's never a guy with great hand speed by any stretch of the imagination. Let's see if he's a little zippier tonight, being a little more trim at the weigh-in yesterday. Get your last picks into the chat, y'all. It's your last chance to be right about it. Jake Paul and Anderson Silva. Oh, shit. Oh, man, Ron working. Working. Let's go.
With a boxing record of 3 wins, 1 loss, he has 2 wins.
Anderson Silva, of course, 3 wins, 1 loss. The 1 loss, his only professional fight for such a long time. That was his pro debut.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the long-time and renowned world champion.
Okay. What? Text me? I can't hear you. Yeah. Anderson Silva getting that big. You guys can hear he is the fan favorite tonight. Definitely feels like it's an MMA fans crowd, not a hardcore boxing crowd. You hear the boo birds for Jake Paul. People are booing, but they paid to watch him, whether they boo or not. That's the Mayweather effect.
rounds. He is undefeated in his campaign to the ring with 5 wins, no losses, 4 wins coming by way of knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, here is the popular social media superstar,
Jake looking
the renowned
confident.
content
What was the
creator,
introduction?
the serial risk taker, and undefeated fighter, introducing the problem child, Jake Paul!
And Jake doesn't even duck face at the end. Girlfriend, brother, mother, all of them said, "What's his dad?" Maybe he just wasn't included in the shot. Here we go. Round 1 set to start, and it's time to call the action right down the middle. Here in Glendale, Arizona. Jake Paul 5-0, 4 knockouts, will look to be 6-0 against one of the great pound-for-pound MMA legends in mixed martial arts history, Anderson Silva. Let's see if Silva early on, with his movement, punching off of angles, can put the younger Jake Paul in the blender, so to speak, turning and punching him. Let's see if Jake can make the old man look brittle. Anderson Silva hasn't had to take clean punches in the boxing ring too much. Been able to be pretty dominant. Let's see if those old 47-year-old brittle bones are brittle. If they are brittle, in fact, and if they can hold up to the right hand of Jake Paul. Jake Paul, right hand in the black grant glove, left hand in the white grant glove. Black and white Hector Camacho style skirt trunks for Jake Paul. Anderson Silva wearing black and yellow, as he often does. Round 1 set to start now. Here we go. Ding, ding, round 1. Jake Paul starting measuring with that lead hand, does a couple of feints, shoots off a couple of rangefinders, doesn't really commit to the jab to start. Paul starting on the front foot. Anderson Silva keeping his lead hand higher than Jake does. Jake keeping that lead hand at the hip to start. Now Jake picks his hands up, comes forward. Silva not yet to throw a punch. They measure each other's lead hand. Jake letting go of 2 or 3 jabs here. Silva keeping his hand up to catch it. Now Jake shoots a jab to the body. Jake sometimes falls in when he shoots that jab to the body. Silva off the back foot is yet to open up with a shot just yet. Jake Paul just looking to range find with that lead hand. Another two lead range finding jabs for Jake. Now Jake throws his first hard shot of the night and misses with a left hook. Silva able to get out of the harm's way that time. Silva may be trying to walk Jake Paul into something. Paul coming forward, but hasn't landed anything yet. Now Paul shoots a straight right hand to the body. That one did get in. Paul staying on top of him. Lowers his hands and crouches down. Shoots a straight right hand to the body again at Anderson Silva. Wise of Jake Paul to get to the body when Silva's hard to hit up top early. Paul staying on the front foot. Silva's back, getting near the ropes now, but he turns off. Ooh, nice little lead left hook for Jake Paul lands. And now Paul letting go of a hard right hand, but Silva getting the gloves up to block. Silva not letting go of anything. Silva turns off a hard left hook. Jake showing some power on these shots as he's hitting nothing but air. But he's committing to some hard shots early as Silva is just trying to ease his way into the fight here in round 1. Silva pinned against the ropes. Paul patient to come in. Now Paul picks his hands up. Paul feints down. Paul feints again, shoots a jab to the body. Paul feints, crouching. Paul in a little bit of a crouch here. Shoots a right hand to the body, but he's got to be careful lunging in like that. Lead left hook lands for Jake Paul. Silva tried to check him with a right hook. Almost got in there. 45 seconds left. Paul definitely winning the round. Silva hasn't done anything. Paul triple jab to the body. Ooh, nice. First shot lands for Anderson Silva. Straight left hand lands for Anderson Silva as he caught Paul. Paul was range finding with 2 or 3 jabs, and he ate a stiff left hand down the center from Anderson Silva. You heard the crowd react to it. Now Paul shoots 2 jabs again, but falls short. Silva trying to walk this young man into something and measure him and do it. Really walk a tightrope. He knows this kid is young and strong. Last 10 seconds here. I think Paul is on his way to winning round 1, even though the most clean shot of the round was that straight left down the pipe by Anderson Silva. That's it for round one. 10-9, Jake Paul. Paul more active, got in some straight rights to the body. He was the aggressive fighter throughout the first round. Anderson Silva hardly throwing any punches, but with about 30, 40 seconds left in the first, he let go of a straight left down the pipe, and he did hit Jake Paul. Jake reacted to it by banging his gloves together, saying, come on, but did acknowledge that the shot got through. So best shot of the round, straight left by Anderson Silva, but the round goes to Jake Paul for being the consistent fighter through rounds, being the aggressive fighter, getting to the body a couple of times. 10-9, Jake Paul. Yeah, and you see that's the crowd reacting at a straight left hand from Anderson Silva. Jake Paul stuck his tongue out and banged his tongue with his gloves. But that lets you know the shot definitely got in. Anderson Silva not sitting in the corner in between rounds, standing. Jake did sit in between rounds. Here we go, getting ready for round number 2 now. All right, round 2. Round 2 of a scheduled 8. Crowd starting off chants of fuck Jake Paul. Jake ahead 10-9 after 1. Now Anderson Silva comes forward and backs Jake up. Jake on the back foot after fighting the whole first round on the front foot. Silva tried to shoot a bomb of a left hand, tried to set up levels with his lead hand, his jab, and then shoot a left hand after setting it up. Jake got his hands up, but they had home run written on it by Anderson Silva. Silva is being aggressive to start this round on the front foot. Ooh, left hand over the top lands for Silva, and a hard right hook to the body lands for Anderson Silva. Now he blocks a left hook from Jake Paul, and Paul getting backed up now. Roll reversal, right uppercut lands for Anderson Silva on the inside. Silva trying to turn it up in round 2. Good double jab by Jake Paul on the right hand, but Silva slips the left hook out of the way. Fight heating up in round 2 now. Silva gets Jake Paul on the ropes. Paul covering up along the ropes. Silva tries to get to the body, but Paul catches the body shots on the elbows and clinches him. Crowd doesn't like the clinch. Anderson Silva waves Jake Paul in, says, come on, let's fight. Paul with that left hand low. Now Silva goes back on the back foot after being aggressive to start the first half. Anderson Silva on his toes trying to do the Ali shuffle, circling to his right like Muhammad Ali. Silva with the Ali bounce, but didn't punch off of it. Jake almost countered, but slipped the counter. Good head movement there by Jake. He shot a straight right hand to the body and got out of the way of the left hook coming back. Silva with some awkward movements and setups. Oh, right hand just missed for Jake Paul, and then a left hook, just that right hand could have really hurt Anderson Silva. Silva just missed it. It actually grazed him. Fight is definitely heated up in the second. Silva's winning the second round. He got off to a good first minute. Silva getting low, crouching, getting low, slipping the jabs of Jake Paul side to side with his head movement. Now he shoulder shimmies, gets Jake Paul on the ropes, but Paul covers up, doesn't get hit with anything, but the crowd loves the showmanship from Anderson Silva. Now Jake shimmies a little bit. Jake trying his up jab. Silva keeping his hands up good. Chops Jake with a right hand along the ropes, but Jake got his hands up. Silva missing with a right uppercut, but he lands the left hook, and then Jake clinches along the rope. 30 seconds left in the second. This is Silva's round right now. Oh, right hand. Silva walked into the right hand a little bit there. Got his glove up, but he ate some of it. Silva off with the left hand, but nice setup. Jake Paul not getting caught by it. Silva had a very decent round, especially this begin. Ooh, Jake Paul banging away with the free hand in the clinch, and Anderson Silva clowns, but Jake got in a couple shots there. 1-1. Anderson Silva had a very good first minute of that round. 1-1. Anderson Silva had a very good first minute in particular. Let's look at the replay. Hard right hand by Anderson Silva on the replay. Let's see what other replays we get on the big screen here in Arizona. Here's another replay. Jake backing away. Anderson Silva with the Roy Jones touch the boot and then punch. But and he clubbed Jake Paul off the ropes with a sweeping left hand. Definitely Silva's round. Here's another replay. Ooh, Jake just missed with a home run right hand. Silva getting away from like that. So Silva made a miss. Clean. The shot didn't graze like I called it live. He made a miss completely. 1-1. Good round for Anderson Silva. Crowd into it. Crowd is into it. Refs checking the water in the ring before the action resumes. And here they go. Round 3. Paul with a good first round. Silva with a good second round. Paul throwing out 2 or 3 jabs, falling short with it. Range fighting. Now Silva back with 2 or 3 jabs. Jake Paul parrying it with his lead glove. Now Jake tries to get to the body. Ooh, nice left hook for Jake Paul. Shot a right hand to the body to set it up. Now Silva comes back with a left hand as a counter. Now Silva gets Jake on the ropes and throws a 1-2 and hits him with a right hook to the body. And Jake clinches along the ropes and gets back in the center of the ring now. Good body shot by Silva there. Silva winging his left hand and Paul just getting out of the way of it. Paul getting backed up near the corner. Paul trying to shoot a jab to the body, but Silva matches him with the jab up top. Paul in the corner. Silva gets him on the corner, lets his hands go. Paul able to block the first 2 shots, but the third one got in partially as he spins off. Silva trying to time in the exchange a left hand. Paul landing the left hook there. Paul in the corner, getting backed into the ropes again. Silva throwing a double right hook. The right hook to the head got blocked, but the body shot got in. Now he hooks to the head again. Paul throwing a straight right through the center off the ropes. Silva missing short with a straight left hand. Lands a right uppercut on Jake Paul along the ropes. Paul trying to say he blocked the shot. Paul with a double jab. Silva putting the pressure on. Nice left hook for Jake Paul. Lands as Silva tried to get him along the ropes. But Silva took that left hook well from Jake Paul. Not worried about the left, worried about the right. Jake Paul's landed some left hooks, but hasn't landed the right hand. Good right to the body by Jake Paul off the jab. Now Paul tries to sweep for the right hook. Oh, good right hand for Jake Paul, lands and backs Anderson Silva up. Paul lowering his head and throwing it over the top. Paul having a better third round. 1 minute left. Round has been close. 1 minute left in this third round. Could be anyone's round. Let's see who takes this final minute. Jake Paul on the front foot. Silva back near the ropes down. He misses a left hand. Jake gets underneath it and gets into the clinch. Crowd doesn't like the clinch. 40 seconds left in the third. Jake, nice jab by Jake. Jake threw 2 jabs out there and got in a third jab. Oh, but a nice right hook with Jake Paul along the ropes. Silva throwing some shots just to get Jake to cover up and then banged in the right hook there. Silva looking a little bit more comfortable than Jake. Jake just missing with a winging right hand and a left hook. Good right hand for Jake, but Silva comes back on the inside with a right uppercut. 10 seconds left in the third. This has been the most action in the Jake Paul fight yet. See how he holds up with this pace. Good left hand for Silva and a little right uppercut. Close third round. Some blood coming from the nose of Anderson Silva. That was a close third round. Interested to see. Swing round. Third round was a swing round. Thank you, FaZe Chamber. True North Grower says this guy's annoying, so FaZe Chamber gave him the right advice. If he's annoying, don't watch. There you go. We're calling round by round, baby. Calling it down the middle. That was a close third round, guys. Not even seen a replay up on the big screen yet. Sometimes the replay lets you know how Showtime thinks the round should have been scored. Let's see here on the replay. On the big screen. Jab. Clean jab lands for Anderson Silva, but huge right hand got in for Jake Paul. And with Paul especially being the A side, you'd think a swing round would go his way. So let's maybe call it 29-28 Jake Paul after 3. Here we go, round 4. Here we go in round 4. Could be 2-1 Jake Paul. Ooh, good right hand to the body by Jake Paul. Trying to get to the body there. Got in some good body work to start this 4th round. Silva bleeding from the nose. Got hit with a good right hand that last round, but took it well. Silva changing levels with his lead hands, with his feints. Not jabbing, but feinting up and down. Paul misses with a left hook. Silva gets right underneath it, makes him hit nothing but air. Paul shoots a straight right. Falls short with it. Paul keeping that left hand all the way down by his knee now, and that right hand by his chest.
Silva picking his hands up a little bit. But that lead hand of Silva stays by his waist as well. Both guys keeping their lead hands low. Jake dropping in both hands now and shoots a jab. Jake dropping his hands again. Jake crouching down. Good straight right hand to the body by Jake. Jake getting off a little more active in this first half of the fourth round. He's got the advantage halfway through the fourth. Ooh, right hand lands for Jake. Jake doing a good job. Oh, good right uppercut by Anderson Silva in response, though. Jake coming back with the right hand to the body. Jake back against the ropes, but he looks like he's settling in now and figuring some things out is Jake Paul. Good jab to the body, and Silva's blood coming from the nose. Jake covers up along the ropes well, spins out of there. Jake settling into a rhythm here down the stretch of the fourth round. Good jab to the body. Ooh, Jake just off of the right uppercut, but it sets up the left hook. The left hook landed after missing with the right uppercut. That's a setup you'll see a lot of fighters do when they miss the right uppercut. They come back with the hook. Another left hook for Jake. Silva gets out of the way of it. But Jake is calming down and settling down in there. Straight left to the body for Anderson Silva, but Jake shook it off well. Falls into the clinch, gets rough in the clinch. 30 seconds left in the fourth. Jake Paul winning this round. Double jab from Anderson Silva. Paul backing out of range, comes back with his own double jab. Paul doing a good job of bending down, sometimes looking like he's looking at the midsection just to come over the top with the right hand. Does a good job with his eyes, making it look like he's changing levels with his eyes. And he'll bend down. He'll put bend in the knees and shoot the right hand over the top. He'll give the appearance that he's looking to go to the body. Good body shot by Anderson Silva. Good right uppercut at the bell by Anderson Silva. But that was a Jake Paul round. Silva, not as energetic. The 47-year-old, not as much energy in round 4 as he showed in the first 3. Anderson Silva had a really good second round, especially the first half. Third round was close, but Jake Paul won it. Fourth round was Jake Paul. 7 Jake Paul, but third round was a little close, but 39-37 Jake Paul after 4. Yeah, 39-37 Jake. Jake looking like he was settling down in there. Good up jab from Jake, and then he looks down, he bends down, he keeps his eyes on your midsection, and he just looks to come over the top with the right hand. That's his game. Him and BJ have worked on little traps with the up jab, changing levels. It's all just to set up that right hand. And honestly, it looked like he was getting closer to setting it up and landing it at some point in the fight. We'll see. Got him ahead 3-1. Here we are in round 5. Let's see if the spider of Silva can find some energy again like he did in round 2, where he had a really good round. Oh, look, Jake almost walked into a check right hook as he stuck his right hand in there. I thought for a minute there he walked into it. But no, just off. Good body shot by Jake Paul. Silva forced to cover up as he was worried about the bombs up top, and Paul just dug down with 2 hard body shots committed to him. Good. Jab to the body by Jake Paul. Left hook misses, but the right hand sweeped and got in on Anderson Silva. Silva trying to fight out of the shoulder roll here. Goes the left, goes the right uppercut, but Jake fighting, moving well off the ropes and keeps his guard up high and didn't get caught there. Now Jake trying to walk Silva into a left hook. Silva trying an awkward setup with Jake in the corner. Jake showing better defense than he has in the early rounds. He's covering up better. Silva with a good combination. Scores with the left hand, but Paul keeping his hands up better than he did earlier on. Halfway through the 5th. Ooh, straight left hand lands for Anderson Silva. Paul tried to land that left hook, and Silva had a better idea of range there. Made him miss with the left hook and landed a straight left hand. Silva taking a stand now, trying to get momentum back on his side. Good right hook to the body by Anderson Silva. Good right uppercut on the inside for Anderson Silva. Silva working again here in the 5th. Just when it looked like momentum was going Jake Paul's way, Silva getting back into it in the midway through the 5th. Good left hands by Anderson Silva in the clinch. Jake Paul
getting lazy in the clinch, and Silva made him pay with 2 or 3 left hands there. Silva now maybe on his way to getting a much-needed round. Only 8 rounds in this fight, and this is the 5th. He does not want to go behind 4-1. Chance of Silva coming for Anderson Silva now. Jake shoots a straight right hand and a left hook up top. But Silva with good defense that time. Silva on the front foot. Jake near the ropes, measuring, pawing with his lead hand. Wants to shoot that right hand, of course. Silva gets to the body well. Misses the straight left hand, but got in the right hook to the body. Good little right uppercut by Anderson Silva and a left hand on the inside. Silva winning the 5th round. 10 seconds left. Another right uppercut for Anderson Silva. Been a very good punch for him on the inside. Good jab lands for Silva and a straight left. Paul almost walking him into a right hand, but he eats some punishment. Good round for Anderson Silva to stem the momentum. I gave Jake 2, 3, and 4, so Anderson wins 5. 48-47 Jake Paul after 5 rounds. Round 3 was a close one. On the replay, right hook to the body for Anderson Silva with Jake along the ropes. Right hook lands up top with Jake along the ropes. Jake slips the right hook. Next replay on the big screen here in Arizona. Right uppercut lands clean for Anderson Silva on the inside. Not a whole lot of power on it because it was smothered a little bit, but Jake missing with a big left hook after eating that right uppercut. So round 5 was definitely Silva's. He definitely won 2 and 5. I think Jake won 3, and Jake definitely won 1 and 4. All right, here we go now. Round 6. 48-47 on the official FightHype card for Jake Paul. All right. Both guys have exchanged times on the front foot. Jake Paul spent plenty of times with his back along the ropes. Fought the first round completely aggressive. Starts his first round on the front foot with Silva backing up. Ooh, good left hook off the jab for Jake Paul. A couple of up jabs set up a hook off the jab for Jake Paul to get him started in the 6th round, 30 seconds into it. Silva trying to shoot a right uppercut, but too far out when he shot that right uppercut. Falls short. Fighters on the outside range right now in the center of the ring. Paul short with an up jab. Paul does is very well. 3 jabs from Paul, none of them too effective. Anderson complaining about a headbutt now, but Paul doing what fighters are instructed to do. Never stop, never abandon the jab, even when it's not landing. It's a rangefinder. It keeps the other guy busy. It blinds his vision. The jab is always there for something. And even though Jake hasn't been effective landing it, it continues to set things up for him and keep him active. And he just landed a partial right hand off 2 or 3 jabs and almost got in the left hook. Anderson Silva getting off with no offense in the first half of round 6, showing his age. Had to expend energy in round 5. So then the next round, the old man has to take the foot back off the gas. Can't sustain it. So halfway through the 6th, Jake Paul is winning the 6th round. Hasn't landed anything hard, but the old man not getting off with any shots, giving this round away halfway through the 6th. Crowd booing. Least action we've had all night. It's been actually a pretty fun fight. And in round 6, good body shots by Jake Paul. Set up a straight right hand up top. Straight left hand back by Anderson Silva, though. Now Silva showing some energy after giving away the first 2 minutes of the round. Minute left in the 6th. Paul with the advantage this round because Silva got off with nothing. Silva did land a straight left hand, though, 15 seconds once he finally did let go of a shot. Jake, center of the ring, both guys feigning, both guys dropping their hands, trying different feints and setups. Now Anderson getting in some good work on the inside of Jake's body. Jake trying to fight on the inside a little bit, not where he's most comfortable. Good right uppercut lands for Anderson Silva again on the inside. He's landed that right uppercut a number of times. Up jab for Jake. First one misses, second one lands. They trade jabs. Jake with the better of it with that jab. Misses a big right hand, and Silva makes him pay with a short right uppercut and a short right hook
Now Silva getting it in the phone booth with Jake's back along the ropes, getting the better of it. Silva getting the better. Oh, another right hook. Right uppercut lands for Anderson Silva. And those over the round, even though he did nothing the first 2 minutes, but Paul was more active the first 2 minutes, but not really accurate. Down the stretch, those last 30 to 40 seconds, that right uppercut started to land time and again for Anderson Silva, and in my opinion, did enough to take the round. I got it even, 57-57 after 6. Rounds 5 and 6 to Anderson Silva, along with round 2. Rounds 1, 3, and 4 to Jake Paul. Yep. On the replays on the big screen, it's all the right uppercut of Anderson Silva. Paul not with any answer on the inside for that shot. Paul needs distance to throw that overhand right he loves. Silva, when he smothers them, is better up close in the phone booth range and is teed off with that right uppercut the last couple rounds. 3-3, 2 rounds left. Fights on the table. Round 7, here we go. Paul, again with that up jab all night. Hasn't been accurate with it, but it's set things up for him. It's kept him the busier guy. Straight right hand to the body off the jab for Jake Paul. Paul feints it. Silva taking his time in the 7th. Didn't do anything in the first 2 minutes of the last round, but wound up winning it anyways, coming on strong in the final minute. Neither fighter throwing here. Center of the ring. Jake Paul bouncing, hands at his waist, shoots the jab. Shoots the jab again. Crowd booing. Falls short, but looking to set something up with those jabs. Oh, good straight right hand for Jake Paul lands. And that's what that jab did. He fell short with 2 or 3 jabs, but he knew where Silva was because of it. And then he shot the straight right hand a moment later and landed it. After 1 minute, this is Paul's round so far. Double jab lands for Paul, and it sets up 2 body shots off the ropes. And he's back in the center of the ring. Now he shoots another jab. Shoots another jab. All up jabs from Jake Paul. He does not jab out of the high guard. Silva now trying to close the distance after giving away the first half of the 7th round. Paul, nice right hand to the body. Sweeping right hand. Paul shoe-shined a little bit to the body with 2 or 3 body shots and then swept the right hand up top and got it in on the chin of Anderson Silva. Paul winning this 7th round. Silva backing Paul along the ropes, with Paul comfortable along the ropes. Gets out of the way of the left, but eats a right hook after getting out of the way of the left from Anderson Silva. Little over a minute left in the 7th. Paul winning this round. Up jab from Paul, falls short. Throws 2 more, though. Right hand to the body by Paul, but Silva got his elbows in. Now Silva comes back with a right and a left and backs Paul straight into the ropes, but Paul got his hands up to block that. Now Paul slips a sweeping left hand off the jab by Anderson Silva. 40 seconds left. Paul winning the 7th. Straight right through the center, lands for Jake Paul. Didn't throw it with full power that time, but landed it. Silva getting Paul near the corner. Oh, walks into a right hand, but throws a right hook. Now lands the right uppercut. Silva, combinations with Paul near the corner, but Paul gets his hands up well enough to block some of them. Few did get through for Silva there. 20 seconds left. Silva but needs a big moment to take this round for Jake. Ten seconds left. I think Paul in the first half of this round definitely did enough to get the edge here. Ooh, misses with a sweeping right hand, and Silva actually lands a left hand near the bell. 67-66, 4 rounds to 3. Jake Paul. Here we go into the final round. Thank you guys for checking us out all night on the chat. Hope you guys have been enjoying the commentary. Calling it right down the middle, of course, like we always do on FightHype with these round by rounds. On my card, Silva needs this round to get a draw. If Jake can win this last round, he'll have pulled off the win 5 rounds to 3. But if Silva wins, we might be headed to a draw. On the replay, a good right hook shown for Anderson Silva. This has been a close fight. 3rd round in particular was close round of score.
Here we go, round 8, final round. Final round. Let's see if the old man can pull it out like he did in rounds 2 and 5 where he's Silva trying to show some bounce in his legs and shows some awkward feints to Jake Paul. Paul actually lands a left hook and Silva lets go of his shots to the body, but Paul keeping his elbows tucked in well. Now, oh, good left uppercut on the inside by Anderson Silva. Now Silva throws some right uppercuts and Paul bangs back with the left hook. Right hand puts Anderson Silva down. Down goes Anderson Silva. Silva trying to make a big moment happen in the 8th. Started letting go of his hands kind of recklessly, and Paul finally lands the right hand in the exchange he's been looking for. Silva's up. Looks like he's up, and he's not completely out. He's up. Paul lands the jab. Let's see if Silva can get through this 8th round. Silva gets hit with a left hook as he backs out. Blood coming from his nose. Legs still there for Silva a little bit, though. Not completely on Queer Street. Jake digs to the body with the right hand, comes up with a left hook. Silva not getting hit with the hook. Minute 50 left in the 8th. Beautiful right hand sent Silva. Now Silva lands a left hand and is still aggressive. Jake covers up in the corner. Ref breaks him up. Back in the center of the ring. Jake sweeps the right hand. Silva gets his hands up to block that one. Now Jake tries to shoot some body shots. Silva backing Jake back into the corner with a double jab, with Jake covering up well. Jake sweeps the right hand. Silva blocks it. Jake shoots a jab to the body in the right hand. Now he shoots a jab. Oh, hard left hand lands for Anderson Silva with Jake near the ropes. Jake takes it well. Silva still in there taking chances, which gives Jake a chance to end this with a right hand. Silva still, right hand lands for Jake, but a right hook lands for Anderson Silva. Silva taking chances despite getting dropped this round. Silva backing Jake along the ropes and landing some shots. Jake missing with a left hook out of the clinch. 45 seconds left. Silva backs Jake on the ropes. Jake backs out of there, gets it back in the center of the ring. Jake's hands low, but he's fought well in this 8th round. Beautiful straight right hand drop to Anderson Silva in the first minute. Silva showing big balls. Hasn't stopped coming forward despite almost getting knocked out by that right hand. Paul hasn't been able to land anything big since the knockdown, but doesn't need to. This fight seems to be won for him now because of that knockdown. 10 seconds left. Silva looks like he will see the final bell. Jake gets back in the corner, and that's it. 77-74, Jake Paul. I gave him 5 rounds to 3, but with the knockdown, the extra point, clear as day, Jake Paul won the fight. Silva got reckless, got sloppy a little bit, trying to shoe shine to the body, gets Jake in the corner, then he tries to open up again, and boom, walks right into the straight right hand. Silva wasn't out on Queer Street. He recovered, he got up, he sees the final bell, but Jake Paul got the right hand he was looking for. Jake Paul wins this fight. Now we await the final verdict. Thank you guys for joining us, man, in the chat. Hope you guys enjoyed that commentary. Let's just await the verdict. I'm sure it's a unanimous decision for Jake Paul. What you guys think of the commentary, man? Did you guys enjoy? I know some of you were skeptical, like, show the fight, show the fight. You know we can't show the fight, but we gave you definitely the next best thing. We called it like you were there, so let's see what we get for a verdict. I imagine 3 scores of 77-74 for Paul. I think it was a pretty easy fight to score. 5 rounds for 3 with the knockdown. Let's see what we get. Meanwhile, I am getting ready. We will be live at the post-fight press conference. I'm getting all my equipment ready to set up in the media room so that we can be live with the post-fight with Jake Paul and Anderson Silva. As soon as they wrap up in the ring, we will be live here on FightHype with a post-fight press conference. Now pack up all the equipment, folks, and get ready for post-fight. Awaiting the verdict, but Jake Paul appears to remain undefeated once more. Let's just wait and see what the verdict says. All right. All right. Thanks for bearing with me as we get equipment ready for the post-fight. Straight right hand. That was it that dropped him. Beautiful. As we await post-fight. Amazing job. Thank you very much for providing step-by-step. Thank you, Skinny J. Appreciate you guys. Jay Thornton 64 said, good job on the commentary. Butter Toast said, great commentary. Thank you, man. Jason Pisco said, just sub. Looking forward to the next fight commentary. Absolutely. Thanks, my guy, says Jason Bell. Amazing job. Skinny J again. Thank you, brother. We're still waiting on final verdict, but it looks like Jake Paul got this one. Brilliant commentary, says Law of One. Thank you so much, man. Goated commentary, says Jeremy Sargent. Thank you so much, my brother. Love you guys for the support. Really do. Palmy Gamey, W commentary. Thank you, my brother. Great commentary as usual, says Shirley. TK Thomas says great commentary. Tenchi Studios says awesome commentary, so criminal. Thank you, brother. Everybody, man, you guys, so happy when you guys are pleased with the job we did. Because some of y'all are at work and you didn't get a chance to order the pay-per-view, so I want to deliver for you guys. Here comes the unanimous decision.
Judge at ringside, Paul Calderon scores about 77-74.
77-74, that's what I had it.
Judges Dennis O'Connell and Chris Wilson.
What do they have, 78-73?
78-73, all three.
The A side gets one extra round on two of the cards.
And still undefeated.
Jake Paul wins. All right, folks. Jake Paul is still undefeated. Thank you for joining me. Don't move. We will be right back live with the post-fight press commentary, post-fight press conference right here live on FightHype. Soon as they go live with the press conference, keep it locked in right here. I got some interviews to get. I'll catch you guys in just about 30 minutes of the post-fight. Thanks, everybody.
is the biggest lesson you learned about yourself during that time?
Question. To surround myself with the right people, and that energy is a real thing. You know, I had to feed off the right energy because everyone was saying, "What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?" And no one was saying, "Are you okay?" You know, no one was saying the right stuff. Are you okay? Do you need something? So I was like, what's next? It's like, bro, I'm here. I'm trying to figure this shit out. So it was just surrounding myself with the right people, and of course I stopped talking to most of my friends, and you know, some got it, not everyone got it, but it was just paying more attention to me. And even that is scary because then you fall deep in that hole. But I had to handpick these people that I want to hang out with, and luckily they played a part to getting me back. And what I realized with stuff like this, it's ongoing. It's not like, okay, I'm out of it. You know, there's moments where it's lurking, like, hey man, remember me? I'm like, fuck, you're still here? So I know a lot of people are dealing with it, and the main thing is consistency. Training helps, of course, and just being outside, just doing stuff, to not stay in that dark place.
Hey, Uriah. Coach Shafe and yourself spoke to me earlier this week about how much the game has changed and how people take on different personas and attempt to advance their career. What was the significance of that Be Real t-shirt you wore down to the ring?
Well, that was influenced by Mike Tyson. I don't know if y'all saw that walkout. I mean, that scared me watching it. You know, I didn't play the song because I was like, I don't want to play that song. I don't want to be too scary. But it was just to send a message to be real, man. There's a lot of fake people out there. There's fake people in this room right now. But I love the fact that I can be me. And here's the thing about being yourself. Regardless, you're going to be hated or liked. You know, if you're a piece of shit, be a piece of shit. If you're a good guy, be a good guy. If you're an asshole, kudos. But be your fucking self. So I stay modeled to that. And I influence people to be themselves because we all know the world's changing. You can't say shit no more, right? So if I can be me, I can go to bed feeling good about me.
And following the fight, you spoke about wanting to continue this new pursuit of boxing. You made it clear that you want this Jake Paul fight next. If you were to go another direction and that fight weren't to be made, do you want to stay in this boxing realm, maybe fight a former UFC fighter or a different professional boxer?
Honestly, man, I'm just having fun. I mean, you know, again, when I was on vacation, I got this call from my coach. I was like, all right, but I was still in my weird little world of trying to figure out what to do, and plus I was partially depressed as well. So the training definitely got me out of it, but I'm just having fun. This was a complete different type of setting. The training, of course, wasn't ruling on the body. MMA is hella worse, you know, the getting up and grabbing motherfuckers. This was just pure skill, you know, and technicality, just the hands and movement and stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, if the opportunity strikes, I'll definitely do it. Like I said, I love to compete. I'm still in my prime. You know, I still got some more miles on me, and if something comes my way, I'm doing it. But for the most part, I'm just having fun. And yeah, if there's a potential chance to kick that dude's ass, fuck yeah, I'll do it.
Uriah over here. Hey, Uriah. Ben Davis from MMA Island. In mixed martial arts, you were known for the kicks. How did you feel your hands were tonight?
You know, there's a weird thing with that. With the moment I put boxing gloves on, I forget about my legs. My legs don't exist. So it was an easy transition. And I can say as a mixed martial artist, you know, it's like going to grappling class only. You just adjust to it. And going to kickboxing class only. You just adjust to it. And that's what I love about mixed martial arts. You get to pick and take away your weapons and stuff like that. So the adjustment is not a problem at all. Of course, there are moments I'm like, man, I could kick this motherfucker. The open is right there. But, you know, it's good to maintain that discipline. And I saw a lot of holes in my game. I felt it. And it's just getting comfortable in that environment. So I'm excited to go back and train those holes.
Now, after watching Jake Paul go the distance with Anderson Silva, how do you feel a matchup between yourself and him would go? Do you think that you'd find the finish?
Man, this is the part where I got to be careful what I say, huh? I definitely think I could take him. I mean, he has an awkward style. I was watching him, and his style will lure you in, you know, and it's almost like it's hard to hit him, the way he stands a certain way and he throws these awkward punches, and almost the fights, from all his fights, he almost does the same thing, but I definitely think I could give him a challenge, because I'll come at him. You know, he'll hit me, but I'll come at him. I don't back up with boxing gloves on. I'll take a couple shots, but I'll come at you. And Le'Veon is probably one of the hardest hitting dudes with those gloves I ever felt, so I don't think Jake hits that hard. Yeah, bro, you don't. Yeah, I said it.
Uriah, I know that you have tremendous respect for Anderson Silva, and he's a beloved figure in combat sports. Watching Jake Paul beat him, does that spark a fire in you?
Fuck
do you
yeah,
want to
it did,
fight him even
man.
more?
You should have heard me in the background. I was like, revenge is coming. But yeah, it sucked. It even sucked when I had to fight him. I mean, Anderson has done so much for the sport. He inspired a lot of people, you know. Some people in this room, he's an icon, he's a legend. When people say I'm a legend, I'm like, that dude is a legend. And I have so much respect for him. It hurt to watch, but, you know, I got to separate those emotions because at the end of the day, it's a skill set. And Jake Paul did what he had to do to win. But, yeah, I definitely felt it for Anderson. But to me, he's still one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest, for being at his age, doing what he does, moving the way he does. And I remember when I fought him, I was throwing punches, and he would move just enough, and I'm like, I know what the fuck that means. I gotta be careful. So I take nothing away from Anderson. This doesn't even mean anything for what this guy solidified in this game. He's still the best.
And you have the mic in front of you. I don't know if you want to send a specific message to Jake Paul.
Isn't he here? I can say it to his face. It's not better.
Well, he's not here in this room specifically.
Well, when he gets here, y'all tell him that I say, what's up, bro? You know what that means.
What sort of impact do you feel like Jake's victory has had on the sport of boxing?
What?
What sort of impact do you feel like Jake's victory has on the sport of boxing? Because obviously he beat a legend of the game, so.
He survived, let's see. I mean, listen, there's a new crowd, right? I'm sure there's more kids out there watching than adults, so the kids love him. What are they, Gen Z, is that what they call him? Yeah, they love him. Millennials too. They love him. It's good for the sport. It's a good payday. It's entertaining. Listen, the sport is changing. Let's be real here. It's changing. It's entertaining now. It's entertainment. It's not about integrity and honor and all that stuff anymore. It's entertainment. Can you sell? Can you put people in the seats? Can you become a character that we can relate to? Can you say some dumb or weird shit, or wear some weird shit, or look weird or whatever to put people in the seat? That's what it comes down to. I'm aware of this. I'm not going to fall victim to that. But if it gravitates those people to come in and pay y'all money, fuck it, do it. I'm here to fuck shit up, get paid, and get the fuck out.
Go ahead. Uriah, did you see anything from Jake's skill set that impressed you at all?
His tattoos. No, I'm kidding. From his, you said his skill set?
Yeah, from what did you see from his boxing today? Was there anything that impressed you from him?
Listen, I'm not here to bash people, man. This sport is hard to do, you know? And even going back to Le'Veon Bell, he took a risk coming in here. I know everybody was like, oh, you're going to die against Uriah. I'm like, and some people wrote or said, oh, I should have finished him around. I'm like, this dude is pretty good. He's actually pretty good. So I think Jake is getting better. You know, it's all about consistency. I've watched his first fight to now, and he's actually getting better. But it's all about adjustment. And that's why I like mixed martial arts so much, because you can adjust. But boxing, you can only adjust so much. But honestly, I'm going to say I think he's gotten better. But I can see so many holes, and it's just making the right adjustment to, you know, take him out.
We have time for one last question. Anybody?
Be careful with your question.
It's not for you. Safe. Coach
That's
Safe. How was this week? How was this experience for you? It's definitely different than these weeks at the Apex recently. Can you just reflect on the experience overall?
I mean, I did this with Darren Williams when he fought Frank Gore. Similar setup, same people, showtime. So I kind of was ready for it. But Le'Veon is tough. I don't think people really realize how hard this is. And Uriah hits hard as shit. I mean, he hits hard. And Le'Veon ate those shots, no problem. So it was a little bit more work than we anticipated. I thought he was going to crumble under the pressure, but he did not. So afterwards, we went to the back, and I got on a knee, actually started icing his eye, and I just told him, I said, dude, you are so tough. Like, I don't think you understand. Nobody takes those risks on their second fight in boxing. Go back and look at Canelo Alvarez. Go back and look at Floyd Mayweather. No one fights someone who's seasoned for their second fight, and Uriah is seasoned. Even though he's an MMA fighter, he's a kickboxer before, he has a lot of experience. So I really think the story is, Le'Veon did a really great job, and we have a lot of respect for him, and that's it. You know, I think Jake is getting better too, and we'll see what happens. But the promotion's been good to us. They've taken care of us, and we had a good time. This is really more about having fun for us. And like, boxing is very hard. I'm not trying to have that argument, but it's just a little bit different, and there's a lot kind of less involved. So for us, this is just kind of fun, and we had fun, and we got the job done, and I'm at the Apex next week. So, and it's nothing but love for the UFC. The UFC's been fantastic too, so we like to jump from both.
And last thing real quick, you spoke about fun, you mentioned fun. Uriah said that he would love to have Le'Veon come down to Fortis and Dallas and train. Would that be something you think would be fun?
Absolutely. I mean, when you're a coach, what you look for in an athlete is you look for toughness. You look for someone that won't quit. Everybody, you know, can learn, but if they have no heart and they quit when they get under pressure, then where is there to go? And Le'Veon showed so much heart, and so, he's so tough. And I think that, you know, people just kind of really need to understand that. And again, people are going to talk, but I really hope that he does come and train with us. And I think that what he said, I think Le'Veon could do well. He's an elite athlete. He showed that. I mean, he never broke in there. And honestly, I thought he was probably going to when he got cracked. So nothing but respect for him and for his team.
I was trying to put him away.
He was. He was. So yeah, we would love to have him there. Absolutely.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Uriah. Congratulations, Uriah.
Anderson Silva is coming in next, followed by Ashton. Someone left this on the RSM even camera?
Oh, that's me, yes. Thank you. Thank you.
You gotta let him know. So
No one's surprised, I think.
Okay, great. Should just be 2 minutes. Anderson, all right.
Yeah, I saw it and I knew when it was coming in.
I didn't even get a chance to stress about it. I didn't even get a chance to freak out. And
That's unfortunate.
but that's definitely what happened. Adjustments here and there.
Outside of the Nakatani fight, he's been slowing down for a few years. Gradually changing.
Loma didn't look good or what?
No.
Really?
Everyone said it was bad. I didn't watch it.
I didn't see it either. Wow. That's impressive.
He's been on a lot of wars. Fought a lot. He's in a higher weight class. Super talented weight class.
It's a matter of time too, right?
Everybody has a limit.
400 amateur fighters.
Everybody has a limit sometimes.
Hey, how you doing?
Ashton, congratulations. Give us an opening comment on your win tonight.
First off, I'd like to thank God and my family and friends coming out here. And also, my opponent, recently he just told Jake and us that his mother is going through issues, I think. It's a health issue at the end of the day. So send prayers to her and thank Jake and his team and everyone to give me this opportunity in Arizona for having me.
Take questions. Go ahead. What's up, Ashton? Raul Lyon here from Low Kick MMA. I mean, first round knockout doesn't really get much better than that, but I just want to know, how do you rate your performance tonight?
I give it A+. I feel like the outfit topped it all.
Perfect. That actually leads into my next question. What was the inspiration behind your outfit with the Minions?
Like I said, after the fight, it was like an inspiration at the same time. I mean, the Minions, you know, are just Minions. Like, you know, you would expect like Drew and everyone else to do like the big, you know, jobs and stuff like that. But at the end of the day, Minions, you know, come in and do, you know, the heavy duty work and, you know, unexpectedly. And I feel like I'm in the same position.
Ashton, congrats, man. 8-0, 8 knockouts. You knocked out Rodriguez in one round. Ryan Garcia, you're only 18 and you knock him out in the first round. Ryan Garcia did the same thing at Madison Square Garden 4 years ago. What do you think that says about you as a fighter? Early on, you were able to equal what someone like Ryan Garcia was able to do.
He did better.
You actually did better, right?
I mean, I feel like I only compare myself to myself. So I just feel like I did better than my last fight. But that's it.
Hey, could you just take me through the knockout sequence? It seemed like you slipped 3 or 4 shots. He tried to unload, and then boom, the right uppercut came.
Honestly, I don't remember how many punches he threw before that, but I know I had to, you know, open up to make him open up. So I think I lunged in with a punch, kind of made a mistake at the same time, and then that's when he started unloading, and you know, I got defensive. But then I saw, you know, how wild he was, and you know, in previous fights he's pretty wild. So I gave it like, you know, half a second, and, you know, counted that.
Ashton, I'm back here. Hi, you're really young, so how do you sort of maintain keeping yourself focused and, I guess, not doing the standard things that most guys your age would be doing?
I've been kind of groomed for that since I was about 8 years old, but at the same time, I feel like my dad kind of helped me out through all of it and still now.
And dealing with like the media training and everything, are you still adjusting to it? Is it comfortable for you, or like how do you handle it?
It's pretty comfortable. Of course, it's a lot more than what I'm used to, but like I tell a lot of people, I grew up in the lights at an early age, so I mean, I'm pretty much comfortable throughout the whole thing.
Hey, Ashton, earlier this week you told me that you started boxing 10 years ago, but your dad has actually been training you since you were just 3 years old. How much has he influenced you in your career, and do you think you'd be here without him?
I mean, he influenced me a lot, and at the same time, like you just said, I don't think I wouldn't be in this position without him. Like, I feel like I'll be playing another sport or something else, so I'm, heavily thankful that, he kind of kept me pushing into the sport and had me realize, the opportunities and, the talent I had in this sport.
And we know you get nerves before your own fight, the butterflies, everyone gets those nerves, but how are your nerves when you're watching Jake fight tonight, when he's fighting one of the combat sports goats, Anderson Silva? What are your emotions, your thoughts, your feelings like during that fight?
Yeah, that's a lot different from my fight. Like, when I'm fighting, I don't have as much nerves, but when, someone close to lines, or, someone that I'm rooting for, my nerves is pretty heavy. So watching him, fight Anderson, it was crazy. I was kept turning around, kept talking to my friends and family, he got to win this round, it's just a lot different from, when I'm in the ring.
And you spoke about not wanting to compare yourself to others and having that mentality, only comparing yourself to what you are capable of. So, in that note, where do you see yourself in 5, maybe 10 years? I don't want to sound like a job interview, but where do you see yourself in 10 years?
In 10 years, I definitely see myself close to the end of my career, where be possibly have belts in different weight classes, because I feel like as I'm growing right now, the weight, maintain this weight is pretty hard, and I feel like I want to hopefully get a belt in the next 2 years, and I feel like in 2 years I'll be at a different weight class, so I feel like I have belts under me in different weight classes.
Hey Ashton, Ben Davis from MMA Island. Now, we talked about your disciplined approach to training and your lifestyle, but what's the celebration going to look like tonight?
The same as usual, just kicking it with my family and stuff like that. I don't think I'm too much of a party guy. I like to, like a normal day. I feel like it's a normal day in the gym, just, another goal we just accomplished, and, just celebrate with my family.
And now you mentioned watching the Paul and Anderson Silva fight. What was your reaction to Jake knocking him down?
It was pretty crazy. I knew it was gonna be that punch, but towards the end of the rounds, it was the 8th round, and I thought he didn't have it in him anymore to put him down. And when that punch landed, it was kind of maybe he could take him out after that.
Marcus Hayes, FightHype TV. This question's for your dad, actually. Dad, you put countless amount of time and hours in with your son. What does a night like this tonight feel like to watch your son excel on such a big stage?
It was amazing. Can you guys hear me? Okay, yeah. It was amazing. I mean, it's just one step closer to our goal. But it was amazing to see him, take on that much pressure, sold out crowd, millions watching. And he does it like a true professional, like a seasoned vet. He had, you guys seen it, so it was amazing to me. But we got that done, time to move on.
As a parent with two pretty outstanding sons myself, at what point did you look at your little man and say, man, this dude is going to be something special in the ring? At what point did you do that?
Man, I looked at him when he was very young and knew he was something special, period, to the world. I told him that when he was on the car ride. I said, you're going to impact this world. But in the ring, I've been training him since he was 3 years old. When we went to the gym, the first week, I knew he had something. So, at about 7 years old. But I always knew he was going to be special and impact the world. You guys just at the tip of the iceberg. He got way more to come and way more outside of boxing.
So, Ashton, you talked about your long-term plans. Is there anything you tell yourself or that your team tells you, just maybe to keep yourself a little bit humble, to not get too high on this victory?
I feel like my team kind of wants me to express the cockiness a little bit more. I feel like they think I'm too humble.
And last one for me, did Jake Paul give any words of encouragement before the fight, or just a message of anything?
Yeah, at the end of the day, he was, always in my corner and telling me that, at the press conference, he knew it was coming, the knockout was coming.
Any other questions, guys? Is Long Beach coming? Strong Beach?
Strong Beach is always with me.
All right, thank you, Ashton.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Everybody from Long Beach is cool, I guess. It's just one big family up there. He looks related. In the past. I love them. Long Beach goes hard. So he like that. Oh, strong. Yeah, but every time everybody feels like destroys each other, I guess. Yeah. After? Church. Thank you, FightHype, for always keeping me relevant. Lord, everything. Top shows.
I know, I like that you see it.
Good night, guys.
That was a nice sequence. You walked through it perfectly. So my mistake actually got him to open up. Capitalized off his mistake. That's that spontaneous moment to work with skill. You mess up 1 second, then make it right the next.
How you watched it? Yeah. How you doing?
At least I could do. You had it all week, so.
Yeah, he was taking some shots on me.
Definitely. I saw the first 7, yeah.
I didn't hear one. We'll take all the questions in a second.
He's been handing it to that side.
Couple more minutes.
Yeah.
Okay. To follow him out, him and Logan. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We'll probably get them embracing at some point. Huh? Yeah.
everybody doing? Here for Jake Paul. Let's go, Jake! On behalf of Jake and I want to thank Showtime, first and foremost, for working with us for his last 3 events. We want to thank Gila River Arena, Desert Diamond Arena, and most of all, we want to thank Anderson Silva for accepting this fight and putting on the tremendous performance that he did. As far as all the media here, really appreciate you. This business doesn't exist without you, so thank you for being here. Thank you for continuing to support Jake. Go ahead.
Jake over here. You've obviously long admired Anderson Silva, and you said yourself you were going to win this fight all week, but now that is the reality. What are the emotions now that you've defeated one of your childhood heroes?
It's surreal. I don't think it'll hit me until like a couple weeks from now. I feel like I'm living in a movie. You know, he was the one that told me I could accomplish anything if I set my mind to it. You couldn't have written this in a story. It feels like a movie. And just being in the ring with him, seeing his heart, you know, his courage, his bravery. That's the champion that I looked up to, and he's such an inspiration. And you know, I had to go in there and match his heart tonight. A heart that I saw through the TV screen when I was a kid. So it's just surreal and doesn't make any sense, to be honest.
And that punch that dropped him, you said after when you knocked out Tyron Woodley, you saw him, you were trying to catch that punch, then you came over the top and dropped him. So when you did drop Anderson, was that an opening you knew you could take advantage of?
I mean, we were throwing shots all night, and that one just caught him off guard when he was coming up. So really, like, we were just throwing, and he was taking harder shots than that. That wasn't even the hardest punch of the night. It was obviously just the timing. I was just surprised by his toughness because I was dropping sparring partners all camp with those shots to the body and shots to the head. He's built different. You know, the guy's fought through broken bones and all sorts of stuff. So to beat someone like that, you got to dig deep, and that's what I did tonight.
Hey Jake, Penny Buffington from MMA Fight Coverage. I'm trying to come up with the words to express how impressed I am with you. Absolutely amazing what you have done coming from the YouTube days, and now we're on Showtime Sports. The whole entire event is because of you, Jake Paul, and I'm beyond impressed with that. I'm kind of picturing what it's like for you to choose your next opponent. It's like the Jake Paul lottery. Who's going to win next? Who gets to fight you? Are you bombarded with requests to fight? And how do you handle that? How do you go through that list of...
Yeah, look, I think this fight did 2 things. It'll make a much higher level people want to fight me, and it'll make the ones who are already scared, you know, like we saw earlier this year, they're not going to want to fight me. So we'll see. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of names. I haven't even gone on Twitter yet to look at everything and all the call-outs, but I'm sure there's going to be a lot. And it's back to the drawing board, and we'll see who it is. But, you know, Nate Diaz was here acting like a bitch. Everyone wants that fight. He tried to fight people in the hallway. You know, Nate, stop fighting people for free. Let's do it in the ring, okay? I know you're a little slow, buddy, but it's okay. We can make that fight happen. And you too, Canelo. You're getting old. You looked weird against Triple G. I still want that fight as well. And I think now, like I said it 18 months ago, I want Canelo. And then I was sitting in a room just like this, and everyone was like, oh, fucking idiot. And then now, 18 months later, here we are. And when I say that, maybe people are taking it a little bit more seriously now, and I still mean it, and I still want that fight.
Are you the one that strictly makes those decisions? Or are you the one that's actually powering through those requests and choosing? Do you actually have someone in your mind that you kind of want and you go for? Or do you go through those requests?
All of the above. And it just, you know, who makes sense at the right time and who actually wants to do it and who will actually show up and be a professional and make weight. But it is who I want, you know. Even people on my team, my coaches and stuff were like, well, are you sure you want Anderson? Are you sure? And I was like, yes, I can do this.
Okay, well, I know that Joe Riggs has been calling you out. Is he someone that you've considered?
I don't know who the fuck that is.
I was afraid you were going to say that, which I find kind of funny because anyone who knows Anderson Silva definitely knows who Joe Riggs is, and he's local. So, I mean, I just think that would be a perfect matchup for you, and I hope it's something that you'll consider.
Thank you.
Jacob Rhetoric. Jake, Rhetoric. Congrats on the win tonight, man. You mentioned Nate Diaz, and we've seen video already of this incident. It seemed like he slapped a member of your team. It's hard to tell. Can you elaborate on what happened?
I haven't seen the video, and I didn't really know what happened. I just know there was an altercation with my team.
Jake wasn't even aware of the altercation before the fight.
Yeah, I was focused on what was going on, but I was made aware of it afterwards, and it's typical of him. That's what he likes to do. He's a street gangster. He likes to act tough, and he's really not. Like, why are you trying to beat someone up in the hallway, bro?
I mean, speaking of the MMA community, you and the MMA community have a very interesting relationship, over these last few years. You just beat a genuine legend of the sport, probably one of the greatest fighters of all time. How do you feel like, is this the win, do you think, that will get you the respect of that community?
I think it has to. I want to watch the fight back, but, people were just saying it was a really good fight, a brawl, a war, of awesome back and forth. And so I think people will respect my game. I showed different parts of my arsenal, defense, all that, fighting on the inside with a legend who's really good at fighting on the inside. I think this fight definitely has to gain me some respect, and I'm only 2.5 years in, so this is just the start. I'm just getting warmed up with what I can accomplish, and this is the first fight in my career where I felt comfortable in the ring, right? And to just think about it, no one 5 fights in is fighting 8-round fights. No one. They build them up 4 rounds, 6 rounds. I mean, Tommy Fury is still fighting 6-round fights, right? And he grew up his whole entire life doing this sport, right? And his brother's the heavyweight champion of the world. My brother and I are fucking from YouTube. So I'm doing something that no one's ever done before, and I'm just learning my bearings in the ring, but we'll see what happens after this.
But I want to add, he loves the MMA community, right? He loves MMA fighters. He loves trying to be a spokesperson for the sport and bringing it along with himself. Of course, he's honest. He wears his thoughts on his sleeve, and he'll attack someone if he sees something that he doesn't agree with. But make no mistake, Jake Paul is a huge fan of MMA.
I was a fan of MMA before boxing. Yeah, and so, and guys like Anderson Silva. So,
Good job.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Keith.
Keith Heidig from BoxingScene.com. Congratulations. As the rounds were unfolding, particularly in the second half of the fight, how close of a fight did you feel it was? And what did you think the scorecards would read, particularly after you got the knockdown in the 8th round?
I thought it was 6 rounds to 2, which is what I think pretty much the judges had it scored as. My coaches were telling me in the corner, hey, you got that round, you didn't get that round. So yeah, I mean, it was tough all the way throughout, a couple close rounds, and I knew I just had to keep on working. But after I got the knockdown, I knew that I had it in the bag.
Hey Jake, Ben Davis from MMA Island. Congrats on the win. Deji expressed how impressed he was with your skills. No interest in KSI at this time?
Man, he won't fight me, especially after this fight. Guy needs to keep on playing FIFA and making shitty rap music. I don't really know what the guy does. He's fighting bums, trash cans. I'm trying to become a world champion. He's
respected the legend as well.
Yeah, and he's just I don't know what the fuck that kid's doing.
Jake right here. Very Christian. Do you feel like this fight, I've asked you this before, but with Anderson's age and him being in the 3rd fight since he retired,
Do you? I know you mentioned it in the ring, but do you feel like this is moving you closer to that boxing legitimacy? And you say you feel like a world champion. Do you think this fight moves you closer to getting to that point confidently?
For sure. When you get 8 hard rounds with a legend like Anderson Silva, it's just really good experience under the belt, right? And he just beat a former world champion, Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. He beat him 8 rounds to 0. So he schooled the former world champion. So this definitely moves me in that direction. And this guy is insanely tough. So it's just great experience under my belt. And like I said, it's only been 2.5 years. So, who knows what I can accomplish. I know, but I'll show you guys.
Jake. For Jake, and then we'll let Anderson have the floor.
Jake, right here. Andreas from Sport News. The MMA community may love you, but do you have a message for Dana White? Because he was very critical of you taking this particular fight with Anderson Silva.
Yes, sir.
Dana?
Yeah.
Dana?
What?
Bro, you said I wouldn't do this, and I did it, and with flying colors. But he's in hiding. He's trying to do everything he can to stop my run, to sabotage my fights. He hates me. He hates what I'm doing. He hates I'm exposing his business. And now, we're gonna band together and create a United Fighters Association to help UFC fighters, all MMA fighters, and boxers to get more fighter pay, long-term health care. And that's a big undertaking that I've been wanting to do for the whole entire time of my career since I met Nikisa. I said it to him on the first day. I want to make a fighters union. So, man, Dana White can suck this dick.
Jake, Michelle Joy Phelps with Behind the Gloves, right back here, sorry. When you first started, obviously you started fighting other YouTubers. They still seem to be looming, as in wanting to still call you out. There have been various names that have been mentioned, even from yourself. But as you're trying to edge towards, like you said, being a world champion, is that sort of becoming further and further away from you in making those type of fights as opposed to continuing to fight other combat fighters?
Yeah, no, for sure. I don't think any of the influencers will fight me or want to fight me. I've said that since, a year ago, but especially now. And, if someone makes sense, like a big name in the space, then maybe we can do something. But I want to fight big names. I want to fight boxers. I want to fight anyone who's going to give me a challenge where fans will be like, I don't know who's going to win this fight. Those are the fights I like to make, and that was exactly what we did here. I think the fight could have gone either way. There was ways where he could win, and there's ways where I could win.
Hey Jake, right over here? Yep. I just have to ask, because your brother was here in Logan. What did he tell you, and what are you going to tell him for his Roman Reigns WWE fight? Did he inspire each other from tonight?
Yeah, man, he gave me a speech in the locker room. I love that man so much, and he just put it all in perspective as to what we are accomplishing together. And it's so amazing to have a partner in crime. The kid's a genius. He's such a kind person. I look up to him. He makes me a better person. He inspires me every day. And I can't believe next weekend he's going to take on another massive name in combat sports in the WWE Championship. It's surreal what we're building. I think we might be the new Kardashians. Hey, thank you, everyone. Who's gonna? Never mind.
Jake, you gotta say it now. Jake, real quick. You have got Jake. You have got your hat. You have got your cheeks. What do you have for Anderson Silva? Really quick, just.
I got respect for him.
Oh, can we do one picture? Good job. How about the crowd?
Thank you, guys.
Congratulations to both of you, man.
How about just Phoenix as a fight city, the host of the crowd?
It was turned. Thank you, Jake. Questions for Anderson, guys? Go ahead.
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm from Brazil. I'm gonna ask Anderson Portuguese. Anderson, back here.
Cadê você?
Here, aqui.
Onde?
Direito, aqui.
Tá, tô te vendo. Fala comigo.
Anderson, primeiro de tudo, eu queria que você falasse um pouco sobre essa experiência, né? 47 anos ainda se testando no ringue. Deu pra ver que você fez de tudo um pouco lá dentro hoje. Como é que você se sentiu e o que você achou, assim, do combate?
Assim, guys, I go speak in Portuguese first, right? It's okay?
Yes,
Okay. Sure. So, eu acho que eu treinei muito para essa luta e todo mundo conhece o meu jeito de lutar, mas eu não sei, eu acho que eu falhei na estratégia, né? Eu até estava conversando com os meus treinadores no quarto agora, e eu não entendi, realmente eu mesmo tô chocado de não ter feito tudo que eu treinei durante todo o treinamento, durante todo o campo. Eu acho que falhei ali, não estava achando a distância, mas não é desculpa, né? O Jake foi bem melhor do que eu, não tem desculpa da idade, até porque eu lutei todos os rounds bem, não senti o gás em nenhum momento, e ele foi melhor, né? Estrategicamente ele foi melhor, conseguiu impor o jogo dele melhor do que o meu e venceu. So, I just try to speak in English now. So, the Jake is better than me today because I tried to put in my game inside and my whole strategy, and that's I talked to my coach in the room. You know, I don't found my distance and I fail in my strategy, and Jake's better than me today. That's it.
E agora, futuro, assim, como você se vê? O que você quer fazer? Porque você é um cara que é super inquieto, a gente sabe.
Não consigo parar não, filha. Não dá. I can't stop. Ask me about you stop or not. I can't stop.
A gente pode te ver no ringue.
Com certeza. Yes, for sure.
Anderson, actually, I mean, when you look at the punch stats, you landed more power punches on him. It seemed as if, you know, from watching the fight, for some of us anyway, that you were outboxing him. Did you feel like the scorecards were favoring you as you went into that final round, honestly?
Wow, you know, I failed in the strategy, you know, in the last round, Jake take the good punch, you know, and my base is not correct, you know, that's my coach saying, my base is not correct, and that's I take the punch. But I don't feel knockout, I don't feel power, but I'm not in good balance, and that's I take the punch. Of course, I have more experience, and I doing this a lot, and this is happening with me again, one more time, you know. The last time it happened to me when I fight with, I forgot the name, the guy in UFC.
Uriah.
Tito. Yeah, Uriah. Yeah, Ryan. I fell 2 times in that situation, you know, and that's I just talked to my coach. I don't believe it because I train hard for don't do the same stupid position, you know. But I'm human. I'm superhero, but sometimes my half human fail. Yeah.
And Jake talked you into joining him in this bet of, you know, trying to create a UFC union, so to speak.
That's the truth.
How committed to that are you?
It's not a UFC unit. It's a unit for help and doing something better for MMA fighters, you know. And I think Jake and I can do something huge for help this new generation, you know.
Anderson.
Oi. Cadê você? Eu tô te vendo. Fala comigo.
Tudo bom?
Tô bem. Não tô bem, né, cara? Perdi. Tá, mas fala.
2 perguntas rápidas. Eu sei que você acabou de lutar, e talvez seja para isso, mas uma revanche faz parte dos seus planos? Te interessaria?
Cara, eu costumo falar o seguinte, né? Quando você perde, você tem que entender que você perdeu, você tem que ver no que você errou, tentar melhorar e não ficar achando desculpa, né, cara? O cara foi melhor do que eu, não tem nada a ver com a minha idade, não tem nada a ver com
absolutamente nada de errado com a técnica, e sim com a estratégia que eu fiz. Mas eu não tenho essa coisa de, revanche e etc, entendeu? Eu acho que se tiver que acontecer, vai acontecer. Eu acho que tem que dar os méritos para ele. Ele foi melhor do que eu e a gente tem que ver o que vai acontecer. E talvez aconteça, talvez não, mas eu tô tranquilo, sabe? Eu tô bem tranquilo. A única coisa que tá me corroendo é realmente eu ter errado na estratégia que eu treinei com os meus coaches, né? Então, isso tá me consumindo um pouquinho aqui. Tipo, porra, caraca, é muito burro, cara. Como é que você faz um negócio desse de novo? Mas é isso, a gente é humano e às vezes não é teu dia, você erra e é assim mesmo. Eu tenho muita experiência nesse esporte de combate. Já perdi muitas vezes, perdi em momentos que eu não podia perder, ganhei em momentos que eram importantes eu ganhar. E assim, cara, a vida que segue. Vambora, vamos pra cima, pro próximo desafio.
Maravilha, ela te perguntou sobre o seu futuro. Eu queria te perguntar duas coisas sobre o futuro. Na verdade, primeiro do Jake Paul, até onde você acha que ele pode chegar com as habilidades dele no boxe e até onde esse modelo de negócio de celebridades lutando, youtubers lutando, até onde esse modelo de negócio pode ir?
Cara, eu acredito que é um modelo de negócio fantástico, né? Eu tenho uma visão a seguinte, eu acho que o próximo passo para esse modelo de negócio do novo normal é agora os bilionários começarem a se enfrentar. Eu tenho certeza que isso vai acontecer no futuro próximo.
E até onde Jake Paul foi?
Cara, assim, o céu é o limite, né, cara? O céu é o limite. Eu acho que muitas pessoas falaram muito dele, né, e continuam falando porque ele tá incomodando todo mundo, né, cara? Então, assim, as pessoas podem falar, mas o problema de você falar muito é você não ter a coragem de fazer o que ele tá fazendo, né? Ter a coragem de vir aqui lutar, de treinar, de perder peso e vir aqui se dedicar e fazer show para todo mundo, né, cara? Então, assim, não tem o que falar, né? As pessoas falam e tal. É lógico que quando você tem um sonho, você corre atrás do seu sonho e você vai cutucando todo mundo para você chegar no teu sonho. Uma hora você chega onde você deseja, e é o que ele está fazendo. Eu espero que ele chegue onde ele quer.
Guys, we have time for only two more, unfortunately. Hey, Anderson, Ben Davis from MMA Island. Even with that knockdown in round number 8, were you confident you had done enough when it went to the scorecards?
Wow, I just try to follow the orders of my coach, and I talked to my coach in the room. I say, I don't believe I take a knockout in the last round. That's stupid. I fell on the strategy, and that's I feel, and that's I talk to my coach. I failed my mission, and I back to home, training better, and try to make the strategy correct in the next time, That's
Marcus Hayes right here.
Hold on, back.
Anderson, go here. Back here.
Radio?
Hello,
Straight okay, all right.
You spoke in Portuguese. I couldn't understand exactly everything, but when asked about a potential rematch with Jake Paul, it was a very, very competitive fight. Some people thought you were winning before the 8th round. Is a rematch something that interests you? Is that something that you'd be open for?
The rematch? I respond to the Brazilian guy now. I think it's very important that people respect the moment, the Jake's moment now. I'm Black Samurai, I know I lost, I know I failed in my whole strategy, and my opponent win, and I need to respect that. I'm not the same the other guys fight with Jake, I need revenge, I need rematch. I don't know. Let's go see what happened, and maybe, I don't know.
And you mentioned inside of the ring that you're absolutely going to continue. There's no doubt about that. So what is next for you? If you can, I know we're just fresh off the fight, but if you can look in the future, what do you think is next? And what things do you want to get accomplished before you?
Wow, my next challenge for myself is I go to the Jiu-Jitsu tournament in Dubai, in Abu Dhabi, and we'll see. I just go back home and start. I go to visit my parents in Brazil, and I go start training with my coach, Ricardo de la Riva, and I go to Dubai for continue my training with Ramon Lemos, and training to the new tournament in Dubai. Abu Dhabi.
Anderson, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Woo! Good to see everybody again. See y'all next time. You got my number on IT, right? So please stay in contact with me. All right. I gotta learn some philosophy here. Young too, bro. Hey.
All right, y'all. That wraps it up. That is the end of our post-conference.
Ron, I guess the guys are gonna grab a bite to eat. Yeah.
All right.
Because I'm sending from my phone. So
Did you send the logo?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
And then everything else just keep together.
I do have one. Send him the Dana White thing when he shitted on Dana.
Just you got the Sean. Good job.
Thank you.
We worked as a team today.
Yes.
All right. Next fight.
I'll see you, brother. Well, we got to crawl out of 3 and 5.
Fort Sergeant. That's the best of it now.
You're in Vegas or something? I haven't broken the seal yet. It's kind of
Fighter union. Are there steps for I was going to ask Silva about his power. No, I think.
Next time
we talk to him, we ask him about
What do you mean? Yeah, what are you talking about? No, that's so Arizona, man. I can't do that shit. I was half joking. Yeah, I know.
Just say knockout.
I was like, oh, guys.
I had a tiger. I had like pretty much.
Someone needed the last round, I thought. To
Yes.
get a draw.
I don't think we met Steven. Ben.
I'm with the Islands right now. Oh. Yeah. They said that they like the content.
See you next time. Yeah, they did. Hopefully, bro.
Fun, right?
Eric's